good morning and welcome to the Tokyo Metropolitan Gymnasium on the third and final day of competition at the Tokyo Grand Slam. I'm delighted to be joined over these 3 days by David McFall. So a very good morning to you, David.
Good morning, Sheldon. Minasan ohayou gozaimasu. Good morning, everyone.
How are we looking today? What have we got to look at?
Well, you know, normally for the heavyweights, I wouldn't favor Japan, but I think that actually, obviously, with the loaded 4 athletes per category, we could see some good things today. We saw a high, the lightweights the first day, then a bit of a low with the middleweights, and I think they might come back and do pretty well.
Are we talking about heavyweight men or heavyweight women?
I'm talking about both.
Okay.
I'm talking about both.
Because for me, it's nailed for the heavyweight women. The bigger question is whether they're going to do it in the men's category.
Heavyweight women, you're not going to see a sweep, but I could see Tachimoto Yamabe and Asahina Sada all on the podium. They could get 3 out of 4.
I like the look of the young Japanese there, Asahina. It's just finishing high school, isn't she?
Yeah, and it's interesting to see her in her high school uniform on the train. She certainly fills out a skirt and a blazer, let me tell you.
Let's not go there.
But
Okay.
but she had a great season after a tough spring where she got injured with her foot, and she took the World Juniors and she took the Kodokan Cup with a big haraigoshi, and that's what we're going to see today from her.
I bumped into her in the McDonald's across the road from the Tokyo Dome Hotel. It was her and Kondo Ami. It was like a rerun of the Arnold Schwarzenegger, Danny DeVito movie Twins. Little and large, but they're a comic act.
Yes.
The pair of them.
Oh yeah.
Because they work well with each other because there's absolutely no rivalry whatsoever.
Well, not like that. I mean, they're a bit closer to age and things like that. Yeah.
Right, okay. So we've spoken about the potential for the heavyweights in the absence of Teddy Riner. For me, this is going to be the best heavyweight competition that there is because we're going to find out if there is any competition in there.
That's right. We saw an excellent performance at the Worlds with Shichinohe versus Ranier in the final. I think he's obviously got a good shot in the arm as far as confidence, and he followed that up with getting the anchor spot for the team competition and having Japan win the gold medal in the teams. Today, I would love to see a Shichinohe Silva final.
I think that would be a good one too. I'm right there with you. Okay, so that leaves us with the under 78 kilo category. Let's take a quick look at that one then for the women. We've just got the 2 today.
Okay, under 78 for the Japanese, Ogata Akari and Sato Rika would be the 2 I would look out for.
2 of my favorites.
But outside of Japan, I gotta say, I'm bleeding red, white, and blue, and thinking Kayla Harrison could take this one. And she's never won the Tokyo Grand Slam or the Kano Cup. So, in fact, no American has won the Kano Cup or the Tokyo Grand Slam. So this could be one more feather in her cap: an Olympic title, a world title, a Tokyo title.
Well, she'll have to get past either Ogata, I suppose, or Malzahn in order to make it to the final. I think those are the 2 in that top group who are likely to cause her problems. Down in the bottom half, Lenchek, Dmitrieva, Umeki, possibly Victoria Turks of the Ukraine, and then down at the bottom, as David was saying, Sato Ruika. The under 90 kilo category, who we're looking at there?
Well, the defending champion is Baker Mashu, and he also had a great performance in the team championships in Chelyabinsk. He set up Shichinohe's win for the team win, and the dream final for me would be Baker versus Iliadis.
And look at the names that are in there. Lipatiliani, Elmont, Voprosov, Choriev. You mentioned Iliadis already. And then down at the bottom, Becca Gviniashvili and then Noel Van ter End. They're an incredible number in there.
That's right. Looks like a fantastic lineup. And finally, turning to minus 100. This is an area where the Japanese have been weak. A new face, Aaron Wolf. I think he's got potential. He's coming down from plus 100. But I would look out for people like Hank Grohl and Cyril Murray.
What an unfortunate first-round matchup, Aaron Wolf and Kyle Reyes.
That's right. Well, this would be very interesting. Both of them half Japanese. Very, very interesting lineup. The one big name missing there is Kapelic. Lucas Kapelic had a knee injury that he incurred. He came here a month early and got this knee injury the second week he was here in Japan.
We got some more big names in there. Carrera, de Guida, Pacek Fonseca, Naidan Tushinbaya, Elmar Gazimov, Saidov, Grohl as well. So that there are a lot to look at in the under 100 kilo category. Now, we've already got underway. The contest that we're going to take charge of is Jorge Fonseca of Portugal. He faces Won Jong-hoon of Korea. It's mat number 3. Sit back and enjoy the action. I think maybe that 5-minute start in the morning when there are 2 of us is going to have to be 10. Because we could just have gone on and on. We had to read through the names quickly. But really, I suppose in a competition like this, where you've got such depth, I mean, real quality, and that's not just the sales pitch. I've said it on each of the days. Not trying to sell you the judo at home. It sells itself because there's just so many top fighters here.
Yeah, as you said, the last 2 days we keep looking at the lineup, and maybe there's 1 or 2 big names missing. The obvious one like 2 for today would be Kapelek and Rainier.
In the under 100 and plus 100 respectively, yeah.
But otherwise, it's packed. Absolutely packed.
Yeah, yesterday in the under 63 kilo category, that was the only one where I thought, okay, it's not 5-star, because you had the world champion, Clarice Agbegninu, missing, and the previous world champion, Yarden Jerby, missing, and they're 1 and 2, so that kind of took the gloss off it. However, when I then counted up the numbers that were in there, you had 7 of the world's top 10. One has just thrown Fonseca for Ippon there, much to the delight of Wang Kichun, who was sitting 2 or 3 seats behind us.
Yeah, if you were going to look, I haven't looked at the medal table yet, but the Koreans have done really well over the last 2 days. Good performances.
It's their men's team that have really done it for them. You know, I hate to say, but you know, if you're not medaling, if your team is not medaling, then they begin to look pretty quickly at the coaching setup, and you know, the coach there is really, really, you know, terrific, Olympic champion herself, you know, and I think that she does a good job with the team, but the fighters have just let her down. I don't know whether they're tired or, you know, they're just not firing. Women's team at the moment. Right,
Well,
coming quickly onto the mat. We're going to come back to David in a second. Naidan Tushinbaya of Mongolia faces Ben Fletcher of Great Britain. It's Naidan in the white judogi, Tushi about to take to the mat. Fletcher in blue is David McFall.
Well, I mean, I don't want to say blame the coaches. You can look toward the coaches as far as that, but the thing is, sometimes you can do everything you can, and you can't go on the mat for them. So, whatever
I really
reasons they're
feel that,
flat,
yeah.
you know?
I really feel for that particular coach, because she's worked so hard, put so much effort in, and I don't know whether the team is, you know, the word I would use to describe that team at the moment, that women's team, is stale. It's stale. And the 2 fighters in there, I absolutely love them to bits, but they're just not doing it for her. 57, Kim Jun-di, she's been around for a long time. She should be getting much, much better results than she is. And Jung Da-woon, same thing. They're just not coming up with the goods for the team, the coach, or themselves in the end. And they're losing. And you know, if they were losing to Agbegninu or Jerby or Tursteniak, you know, all the time, I'd say, hey, you know, they've been unlucky, but they haven't. They're losing to people that they should beat. I think this is the key for me. These 2 girls are losing matches that they should be winning, given their background and their previous performances. And there's something there that just isn't sparking.
Well, you've got to shake things up, and sometimes it's not the fault of the coach, but sometimes you just need some new approach. The old approach is not working, and whether that coach has to go, or that coach has to drastically change what their repertoire is, what they're doing.
I mentioned Tursteniak, who is not. She hasn't got the reputation of being the most glamorous or attractive fighter on the mat. You know, she kind of grinds out wins here and there and sneaks it with her, you know, on the back of someone picking up a sheet, or she gets a single yuko and shuts up shop and everything. Didn't do that yesterday. She really, really had a good day.
That Tanya Toshi might have been the throw of the day.
Absolutely
In the
clattered.
final.
I mean, I've looked at it. Look, last night when I went back to the hotel, I looked at it over and over again. The execution of that throw. You know, if you were to ask one of your students to execute Tanya Toshi and they did that, you'd wipe it out and say no every single time, because it's not a classic Tanya Toshi. There's no doubt about that. It's not the classic. It's her variation of it.
Yeah, the hand position was kind of odd, right? It looked very much more like a kochi.
Well, she can also execute ko-uchi makikomi. It's a nice little technique that she's got. She's got an ippon seoinage top. She hooks in for the ko-uchi, and then obviously the finish there. This time she went in with the seoinage top, but went around the back, and she almost falls on her own back when she's going down. So under no way would we normally describe that as Tanya Toshi.
That's right.
When you take a step back and you look at the shape of it, and you take away the top half, the leg part perfectly, where she steps around the back, takes her down. The top half has got no resemblance to the Tanya Toshi that we're talking about.
Well, I think that the thing, too, is you look at the quality of opponent that she did against Gwen, who we were both picking to take that contest.
Yeah.
The other throw that really caught my eye was Wierzak, the German, had a wonderful kochi. You know, kochi is not one of these spectacular high-flying throws, but the execution was brilliant yesterday.
Well, it's odd. I mean, if you'd asked me 2 months ago, I'd have put that low down as an ippon scoring throw. It's not normally what you see as an ippon scoring throw, but just recently, I've seen it being used. Well, it was Nishida really that highlighted it. The footwork of that player is absolutely terrific.
No, even classically, that kind of the kochi is seen as a small scoring throw.
Yeah, knockdown.
Right, right. But these guys are executing it where their opponents are landing flat on their backs, absolutely, painted onto the tatami.
I tell you what, I just used the phrase there, to be knocked down. You can also be knocked down by a car. And that's what it was akin to.
Well, it's not just knocked down. I mean, quite frankly, I believe that was the throw that not just knocked down, but knocked out Nakia Riki in Rio.
Yeah,
so it's a dangerous throw.
Yeah. Well,
meantime, we have no score here, just the 2 penalties in Naidan.
Fletcher's picked up the 1. So problems for Tufshi if he can't take control of this. On mat number 2, Ogata Akari of Japan faces Leia Tarlan of Spain. Down on mat number 1, we've got Davidosh Bat-Erdena in the under 90 kilo category against Kenji Yahata of Philippines. Another nice Philippine name there.
Yeah, I like looking at this under 100 category is kind of interesting today. You know, as I said earlier, Kapellik is in here, but a lot of other big names are here.
Just needs to get his head up, Fletcher.
Oh,
nice
that's
turn.
a good look right there. Yeah. Speaking of which, and here's a chance here if he can get the leg out. That's always the big if. Hips are a bit high.
So if she knew that he had to go. And there's the tap from the Osai Kami as well.
So there we go. Well done.
Yeah. Olympic champion and Olympic silver medalist.
And the Mongolians continue their woes. They've not had a good 3 days.
See, we were trying to identify why it was that the Koreans were not performing in the women's division. I haven't come up with anything, but for me, no doubt, absolutely no doubt at all, Mongolian players are tired, and they're tired for a couple of reasons. One, they've been very busy on the circuit, but 2, they've entertained so many visiting teams in Mongolia, and they're always on the mat. They're just tired.
They're burnt out?
Yeah, end of the year, they're tired. And I know that for an absolute fact because the Russians, when I saw them in China, they were tired. And I said, what's up with you guys? They said, we just come from Mongolia.
Well, that's it. The main dojo in Mongolia is just a 365-day training camp.
Exactly, yeah. So that explains, the tiredness of the Mongolians, because if the Russians come away, and I'm talking about top flight Russians, not B, C, or D team, the top players came and said, "Sure, I'm sorry, but I'm tired after Mongolia." Right.
Let's keep here for a second. This is someone I want to take a look at. A bit of a minor league player, dark horse here, Takagi, who he won the Kodokan Cup this year, and he has the potential, we'll see how he does against the international crowd, of being like Akimoto was last year, yesterday.
Next.
In the meantime, the king is in his court. Ikosi is giving his breakdown to his athletes of what he thought of their performances yesterday.
It's like rush hour at Sudabashi up there. They keep coming.
They keep going. They keep coming and coming.
It's not often that you get such high quality competition. Anyone who's been lucky enough to time their judo pilgrimage to Tokyo to coincide with this event has been very, very lucky. Coming in, get 3 days of absolutely high quality judo, and right from the get-go, right from the first round, you've got good quality judo.
Yeah, it's funny. If you've been here the last days, we have been pretty much in the seats, both of us, the entire day, both days. We just can't get out because there are too many good matches.
Yeah. I like to wander around and have a chat to some of the athletes and, see about some of the background stories and things, but there's very little chance for that. Maybe a shimiwaza when they've gone unconscious, or there's some problem with a hand or foot that I want to know about, and you have to get up and go and ask about it, or a good win. You follow that up and you're waiting for them when they come out, so that you give them that extra bit of support. But apart from that, it's been glued to the seat.
No score here yet. A pair of penalties. Takagi against Romanyuk of the Ukraine. Failed to mention his opponent earlier.
Voprosov has just won in the under 100 kilo category on mat number 2. Just defeated Cheng Hao Wei of Chinese Taipei by Ippon. That looks as though he's arm locked him there. Got a bit of a sore elbow.
So far, no scoring techniques in this contest as of yet. See Takagi looking to set up that Uchimata. It's pretty thick. He's got a build a little bit similar to Takahashi. Got pretty thick in the shoulders there. Fortunately, his judo is more attractive than Takahashi's.
Just having a look around the mats to decide which one to go to. Lipatiliani isn't going to be on for another 10 minutes anyway, so we can give him a bit of a break. Choriev and Baker.
Let's
David.
take a look at mat number 2, Choriev and Baker.
Dude, don't wait for me. You see that? You see that stuff? You take it.
Well, there's it's tough to choose. Yeah. There are a lot of good matches.
Let's go down to mat number 2 then, because on mat number 2, it's Dilshad Choriev of Uzbekistan. He faces Baker Masu.
Defending champion.
No scorers yet. There's David McFall.
It's very interesting that when we watched the matches in Chelyabinsk, Baker Masu was not employing the ouchi that he basically won with in Tokyo. You know, he lists on his card that uchimata is his favorite technique, but even on the poster for this competition, Baker is doing a big ouchigari. And there we go. He had a little poke there. Baker tends to bend his knees and look a little bit crouched. He doesn't really bend his back as much as his knees sometimes, and then explodes up there for the ouchigari. Didn't do that well in Chelyabinsk in the individuals, but I think it was a case of nerves.
We're gonna stay here with Choriev and Baker. But just to let you know that in the extreme left-hand corner of the screen there, you can see Sherazadishvili of Spain about to come to the mat. I knew that would...
Baker's going to...
Yeah.
Oh, he missed that. That was a good opportunity. How did he let that arm slip out?
He faces Varlam Lipatiliani. So, good contest down there on mat 1. We may get to see some of that.
Oh, and there was... What'd you call that? It's a Koshiwaza. I'm trying to think. It was weird the way he came off the hip there.
I'll tell you what, Choriev is looking a bit B-team at the moment here against Baker Masu, because...
That kind of hip throw, you know, we're speaking of Georgians here. That was Georgian-ish. Well, we know Iliadis has a bit of Georgian blood in him.
He's kind of hunting him, isn't he, Baker?
You know, he just gains more and more confidence. You still get that squatting styles from him sometimes.
He reminds me a little bit of Becker Gviniashvili in that power. You know, he's short and stocky, where the fighters normally are a bit taller in that category, because Choriev's not the tallest in that weight category, and Baker's even shorter than he is.
Just imagine that in 5 years, his weight has changed 30 kilos.
He's gone from where to where?
From like 60 to 90 in 5 years.
Yeah.
He's gone from Takato to this.
He is an exciting prospect.
And his teammate from Tokai University is taking on Wolf Adam against Kyle Reyes. This is going to be tough.
Well, down on mat number 4, Levani Batiashvili faces Stanislav Bondarenko. That's normally a reasonable match to watch. It doesn't get anywhere near the list, because Kyle Reyes and Aaron Wolf are going head-to-head on mat 3. We've got Choriev and Baker here, and down on mat number 1, Lipatiliani and Serajadishvili. Take your pick.
Georgia, Japan.
Yeah, we're completely lost there, yeah. And yet they're only... out of that, there's only one Georgian and one Japanese on the mat, so to speak.
Yes. Somebody at home has got to have one of those big 50-inch TVs that's got the 4 split screen.
Watch everything.
With his computer.
I think I know who it is. It's Ali Gamina. And Ali's got... Lipatiliani's won down on mat number 1. He helps his opponent up to his feet. Also, Komi win for Varlam Lipatiliani down on mat number 1 in the opening round of the under 90 kilo category. Although it is round 2, he's had a bye in the first round. Yeah, Ali Gamina is a IGFA referee. He has told me that when he watches Judo TV at home, he has a main screen that he watches his principal contest on, and then he has 3 smaller screens so to watch all the action.
Let's hope that he has a good feed for his internet reception. High-speed internet. This is winding down. It looks like Baker Mash
Yeah.
is going to win by this Yuko. So let's switch over to number 3 and catch Aaron Wolf versus Kai Reyes.
Okay, let's do that then. Mat number 3, Aaron Wolf of Japan faces Kyle Reyes of Canada. There's no score as yet. Wolf has picked up a single sheet of 335. Let's go to mat number 3. Just time to catch our breath. So much going on.
Now, Aaron Wolf, what did he get? Did he get a bronze at the juniors this year?
A quick look at his
I
competition record.
recall he was either a silver or a bronze. I know he was on the podium. I know he wasn't the top. So the thing is, he goes from plus 100 to minus 100. So you figure he's powerful, but maybe there's a speed issue. Definitely a speed issue when you're going down a category.
Yeah.
So if he can keep the pace at this category, hopefully in the long run he should be able to prevail if it goes deep. And you were speaking about Baker Mashu having a kind of stalking style. That's definitely Aaron Wolf's style. Living up to his name, perhaps.
Oh, that was rough.
I thought that was pretty smooth, actually.
Taking every opportunity, eh? They'll have you doing stand-up soon.
I prefer to sit down. Aaron Wolf's his father is German.
Oh, Wolf.
Yes, Wolf.
What if he speaks any German?
I don't think he speaks much English, so probably German would be a closer call.
Yeah, yeah. One of our IGFA referees is Wolf as well. He's not here at this event.
So far, I'd like to see a few more attacks from Wolf Aaron.
Yeah. I'm gonna thank Mrs. Wolf for this huge jar of honey and some lovely tea that she sent out because I haven't been well, you know.
Ah.
Needed a bit of looking after, and Mrs. Wolf sent some medicine over. So it's had the desired effect. I feel absolutely refreshed, and thanks very much for that. Or maybe I should say, vielen Dank. Das war wirklich nett.
What he said. That was a good look there first over Reyes, and Wolf sort of jumped out of the way from that Sasai. It looked like Reyes was trying to set up there. Wolf's got 2 penalties to Reyes is 1. That's one of the areas that Wolf is a bit weak. He tends to fall behind in the penalties. And with less than a minute left, that penalty could come back to haunt him. See, now he's got a little bit of that stalking, but 30 seconds left. It's a tough first round opponent for Wolf. A tough first round for Kyle Reyes as well. I mean, this is...
One of them had to go.
Well, prior to the competition, Ikose put his hand around Wolf's shoulder, gave him a bit of a pep talk. This morning around 9 o'clock. I'd say it's a bit unusual we haven't seen too many of the Japanese athletes go out in the first round. Wolf is hoping he's not one of them.
With only 28 seconds left to go.
It's just the one penalty, though.
Yeah.
It's not 10 seconds. Reyes looks like he's being attended to off the mat. Still looking at something over there. Taking more time than just being a little bit of tape around the fingers.
Well, it's Reyes who's having the medical attention to his hand. So it's nothing more than just a bit of tape. Anyway, here he comes again. Got a really nice contest in the offing shortly on mat number 4, Ojitani Takeshi of Japan.
Oh, and that was a good attack by Wolf there.
Yep, that's it.
That's it. That Yugo's going to score. And he's working this Shimewaza here also.
Won't need it now.
Well, that was a timely attack, wasn't it? Up, they're going to call it up. No score.
Ooh,
oh,
no.
If we can get another look at that. They're definitely taking a good look. Oh, doesn't get it.
Got to go there again now.
Let's take a look at that again.
Wolf is wondering why, of course. That's in his mind. Come on, it must have been close. Well, it was. It was that close that,
Was that close?
the referee gave it. That probably the officials on the table also thought, yeah, close, but overruled by the commission on review of the video replay.
Close but no cigar.
Yeah. Let's go down to mat number 4, because the contest on mat number 4 features Ojitani Takeshi of Japan. He's up against Kim Soo-won of Korea. Big heavyweight contest. Well, all the heavyweight contests are big, aren't they?
That's right.
Yes. That's a stupid thing to say, Charles.
Yes.
But it's early. It's early in the day, so I'm allowed 1, maybe 2. So I'm going to take that as 1.
That's your.
I've got a second one. I can burn a second.
You're going to take 2 mulligans today?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can
That's
burn
the
a
first
second
mulligan.
stupid comment. Stupid comment number 1 of the day.
Ojitani is a. He is the current All Japan Open Class champion.
Thanks very much for that. I just had an email saying Muppet. Thanks very much for that. Good morning to you too.
For all you American fans, that's not a complimentary comment. We ain't talking Cookie Monster here.
I'm going to have to take that one on the chin, you know. Guillaume Elmont is down on mat number 1. Faces Celio Diaz of Portugal, Christoph Lambert of Germany against Mohamed Darwish of Egypt on mat number 2. Choriev's teammate, Ramzadin Saidov of Uzbekistan, faces Siuri Jagawa of China on mat number 3, and we're watching the contest between Ojitani and Kim. This is Kim Mark II. There's another one that we will feature a little bit later on. He's the more likely of the two to feature in the medals. That's Kim Sung-min.
You know, it's very interesting in the heavyweight division for the Japanese that an All Japan Open title does not translate into international success. Both Shichinoe and Kamikawa, neither one of them have won the All Japan Open. And vice versa. We've not seen an All Japan champion, whether it's Harasawa or Ojitani or Takahashi, have big results outside of Japan. But maybe Ojitani would like to change that today. Another Japanese heavyweight we have here is Iwao Keita, and he won the Kodokan Cup last month. See what he can put together. That just gives you a bit of an idea how Inoue Kosei and his team goes about picking the 4 athletes for the Tokyo Grand Slam. He's got the 2 picks that are his international guys, his A-teamers, if you will. And then you've got the All Japan champion, and then you've got the Kodokan Cup, the guy who most recently won a big competition.
Well, for those of you watching at home, you're going to have to keep an eye on the upcoming contests because there's a lot of talent lined up and waiting to come on.
Oh,
that was
we
nice,
go.
wasn't it? Yeah. Ojitani bringing Kim Soo-won down there.
Ojitani has a really big osotogari that when he commits to it is just monstrous. And in fact, he took out Kamikawa with that in the All Japan Championships this year. Just absolutely smothered him with it.
They like that one for Ippon in the end.
I like that too.
Yeah, why not?
Ojitani coming from Tokai University. Inoue Kosei's alma mater.
I think we may have a really ding-dong battle coming up on mat number 3. Cho Guam of Korea faces Eren Bilig Enkbat of Mongolia. Let's go to mat number 3. We're going to see the winner of the Jeju Grand Prix a week or so ago. Cho was at plus 100 kilos, way over plus 100 kilos some time ago. Look at him now. Cho Guam in the white judogi. He could get to 90. He really could. But he's done a really good job in taking control of that weight, losing so much. He's still got a bit of extra around him. He admits that, but
Little baby fat.
yeah.
Just like myself, I could get down to 73.
Very good morning to everybody who's just joining us, wherever you're tuning in from.
Probably for most folks, especially in North America, be good evening.
I'm going to say hello to Mustafa and Gabriel, two judoka up there in Sweden who are tuning in to watch Martin Pacek. Well, he hasn't taken to the mat yet and his name hasn't appeared yet, but a very good morning to the pair of you. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast.
Still no score here. Looks like they're going to hand out some traffic tickets. First one goes to Cho. Very curious how Cho lost that weight. He gone an all kimchi diet or kimchi, water, yakiniku, and no rice. Works for me.
Cho actually performs better against the bigger and heavier fighters. His movement, helps him out. He's got much better movement than the bigger guys. What about that one on mat 2? Haga Rionsuke of Japan and Mikhail Kosyashinkov. Might be worth a look
That
at.
could be an interesting fight.
Aslan Kambiev down on mat number 4 against Batolga Timoilin. That's in the plus 100 kilo category. Nothing really grabbing
Gripping,
us at the
no.
moment. Yeah.
For me, Haga runs hot and cold.
Hang on for a bit. Iliadis will be up on mat number 1 in a few fights' time. Might be worth having. In actual fact, I don't think he's going to be that long, because that fight has just been shown as the next fight on mat number 1 after Shihab Al-Quraishi of Iraq, who faces Nagasawa Kenta of Japan. It's possible that we won't be long for Iliadis.
You think so?
I wonder. That's my money's on it.
You're not really giving the Iraqi fighter much credit there.
Oh. You know, you just look at the flag sometimes and you think, this is where this is going.
That match is taking place right in front of us.
Cho Guam has just thrown Erden Bileg for Ippon. I'm glad we stayed for that in the end. At least we got to bring you an Ippon in the plus 100 kilo category, and I dare say it won't be the last.
So maybe a little bit too much weight. No, it's Cho actually.
Cho. Yeah, he's a good boy. He smacked him around last week in Jeju, and he's off to a good start here. And given that we're going to go down to mat number 1 anyway, let's wander down there and have our first look at Nagasawa Kenta of Japan. He's up against Shihab Al-Quraishi of Iraq. It's Al-Quraishi in white, Nagasawa in blue. And here's David McFall. I'm not sure if he knows anything about Nagasawa. It's a new one on me. Here's David McFall to see what he can unearth.
I can dig up
about this Japanese.
All right, you've thrown down the gauntlet, huh? You see here, Mr. Nagasawa. Good question. He's not showing up too much on my radar. Not even on the B squad, I think, for Japan. So I may have to go back and see in the C squad. Meantime, just the one penalty. And Nagasawa Kenta is a puzzle. We're trying to find a little info on him. Meantime, there's a thump. Okay, he's a third-year student from Tokai University. And he's also got a nice waza ari, which he's going to convert here into some osai komi here. Interesting Yoko Shiho. But it converts. So the third-year student from Tokai University, Nagasawa, is through, as his teammate Mashu Baker is through. So two guys from Tokai University doing well at 90 kilos. Meantime, Aaron Wolf went out in a tough fight against Kyle Reyes at under 100. But the fight we're really looking forward to see is coming up right now with Iliadis versus Shinovsky of the Ukraine. So Iliadis, to the delight of his fans, really rose the occasion once again in Chelyabinsk at the World Championships. Wasn't the spectacular Iliadis of years ago, but it's now more. We see shades of the old Iliadis, but now he's more of a veteran, a wily veteran, tactical veteran. There he is, sporting his World Championship red back patch. Iliadis always looks really interesting in the training camps at Tokyo. Remember in particular a couple years ago there was a video up, though I saw it live, of him sparring with Teddy Raniere at the Kodokan. Eliadis doing some tossing that day. You could see looking to go over the top here. Blue wants nothing to do with that. And earns a Shido for dropping to his knee. Our referee today is Hirano Sensei, who's part of the teaching staff at the Kodokan. So just a penalty assessed to each one. Eliadis was looking for that grip over the top. Didn't quite get it. You can see it looks like the Ukrainian is just trying to drive that hand down. He won't let Elias go. And I think we're going to see a couple more yellow cards. This one to Eliadis. There we go. Eliadis now getting the deeper grip. See, he's got two hands toward the back of the judogi. His right hand trying to reach further and further. Meantime, the Ukrainian tries to paint him in a corner. Good way to escape a awkward gripping position if you are on the wrong end of the stick. Eliadis again coming over the top and had him up on his hip. Good opportunity, just couldn't convert. Second penalty goes to blue, so things are all evened up. Not a dig on Eliadis, but that hip throw a couple years ago, he would have finished that off. Again, though, getting the hand around the side, working that right hand. See, as blue backsteps, he's not comfortable in Elias. Now he's got a belt grip. And turns in the hips again. See, as the match goes on, Eliadis gets a little bit looser here. He's getting better looks with his grips. Turning his hips in. Shinavsky, I think basically we've seen most of the match, he's been trying to prevent Eliadis' grip versus doing something for himself. Only puts a little bit of effort in there, tries to come across, maybe looking for a makikomi. I think Blue was looking put a little bit of offense in there, but a lot of it is, I think he's really trying to shut down Eliadis, his right hand. That grip, he's gripping. It's not a pistol grip, but he's got the very end of the sleeves, and that was a good idea. That looked better. The thing is, it opened up Eliadis' hand once he committed to that, and Eliadis had a good look at Tatashiho, and just when they were rolling around, missed it, but he had the waza-ari for the throw itself. And call of mate. Nice waza-ari, but missed the opportunity to finish up. with the Tate Shiho. The Ukrainian did a good job of keeping active, trapping the leg, and then making sure the action happened off the mat. But with about a half minute left, White looks like it's in the he's in the driver's seat. You can see now he's got the grip again. Tears it out. That's going to take care of it. So, as usual, Iliadis dangerous when he can get either the over top or around the back grip. And he was able to finally get the grip that he wanted and perform a nice wazari there. And I think we're going to stick on this mat. Check out Zhinjkashvili versus Holomatov of Uzbekistan.
Women competition on mat 4, second round in the under 78 kilograms category.
You could just see the wonderful depth we have. We're going to stick with this match for a little bit, but we may switch down at the latter end. See what happens on mat 3 a little bit, because Yamabe is coming up against Kim. But we're going to hold here for the Georgian versus Uzbekistan match. Oh, and that was a good look there. Excellent look there by Homamatov. Good Ashiwaza. Really had Zhinjkashvili stumbling around there, but he did not have a good sleeve grip, and that kind of killed the execution.
Oh, there he
And
goes.
there we go.
See, at this point, I was going to say at that point, you should just turn. You don't want to expose yourself with your back unless you're in a really strong position. He wasn't. He had just given that up.
Georgians are not well known for their name.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know,
know,
leave that.
that was an Urakesa bridge too far.
He's exciting to watch, isn't he, Viniashvili? You just know that something's going to happen.
It's got very typical big banging Georgian judo.
Come on, Martov. Nice effort there, right-sided. Here he
Come on.
goes again.
You let him have that grip. Komatov opened up with some good Ashiwaza, and he basically had Zhinjkashvili stumbling around there, but he didn't have any control of the arm, so it wasn't a throw.
We've had a running commentary of the contest on the adjoining mat. Domenico Di Guido of Italy against Luciano Correa. You may have heard the screams from one of the Italian supporters just off to our right. Got nothing to do with the contest that we're watching.
Not that you're trying to feed into any stereotypes there, Sheldon. A sneaky little Ashiwaza there.
Comes up with a second score. The power, it was Kolmamatov who looked as though he was about to score on Gviniashvili, stopped and then got taken back.
Throw that car into reverse.
Yep.
Wrong gear. Shouldn't it be a good contest for the Georgian? He's already got a Yuko and Wazari on the board.
couldn't quite get the turn. Yeah, that would have been nice. There was an opportunity there.
You know, we know how strong the Georgians are in their tachiwaza. You wonder how much stronger they could be if they could just put together some good newaza and some good transitions. Almost tossed him there, just lost control at the end.
We're only halfway through the contest.
Starting to look like a Koshiwaza clinic here. Well, much to the Italian chagrin, Luciano Correa has prevailed in that match on mat number 2.
The only good thing coming out of that is that we won't have the Italian cheering in our ear again.
Second round for women under 78 kilo, mat 4. Wearing the blue Judo for Korea is Park Joo-ji. Wearing the white Judo for Slovenia, bronze medalist at the past World Championship.
Here he comes again.
This gripping here. Bam. That takes care of that.
He's relentless, isn't he?
I mean, if you're going to allow him to get that kind of gripping, then you got to expect those kind of results.
Couldn't shake him off. Georgian it is. Beka Kviniashvili who goes through to the next round. We're going to have a quick look at what else is on offer. We'll probably stay here and watch Alexander Idea of France up against Joachim de Warby. We've got Noel van der End of the Netherlands coming up next against Davadoj Bat-Erdene of Mongolia as well.
So we keep an eye on mat 3 when it's coming up with Yamabe versus Kim. And after that, Asahima versus Kindersky. Lots to pick from, folks.
So we're underway with this round 2 contest. Idir in the white judogi, Dvabi in blue. Wonder if we still got 2 friends from Sweden watching on. They were looking for Pacek, but he hasn't come up yet. Well, here is one of his teammates. This may have to do for the time being.
So far just the one penalty to blue here. Meantime, over in mat number 3, Yamabe leads Kim by a wazari.
I don't think Kim's got the kind of firepower to trouble Yamabe. She's about 4 or 5 down on the list of the Korean heavyweights. And Yamabe, I think, has got more than enough to deal with Kim at this stage.
She's got a few centimeters in Yamabe, but Yamabe and Tachimoto, they need someone really taller to give them a tough fight, I think.
Yeah, I just get the feeling that Yamabe is a genuine heavyweight prospect. You know, Kim, on the other hand, for the Koreans, is a hopeful. You know, it's another one who's in the squad. She's there or thereabouts, and they're hoping to find somebody. Whereas Yamabe she's a bit of a handful. Yamabe.
My recollection is that Yamabe this year has had Tachimoto's number, so she's gotten the better of the exchanges. Pull up what we got here.
Oh, I was going to say, you have to be careful that he didn't roll to his right. Just lost control of the head and shoulder. Oh dear. It wasn't long enough for a score.
Yeah, in the All Japan weight class and in the open class for All Japan, Yamabe beat Tachimoto both times. And Yamabe also won in Paris. So she's had a pretty good 2014.
Well, she's going to ease past Kim because there's just a few seconds left in that contest. Yamabe will go into the next round. The one I think that may be worth having a look at is the youngster Asahina Sara, who's still, you know, untested at this kind of level. Well, she's about to get a real test here because she's going to face Irina Kinzeska of the Ukraine. Now, if we talk about genuine heavyweights, then the Ukrainian definitely is. She's been around for a while. She's up there in the top 20. So why don't we go then to mat number 3 and have a look to see how Asahina Sara of Japan fares against Irina Kinzeska of the Ukraine.
And if we were going to have an All Japan final, it would shape up to be Yamabe versus either Asahina or Tachimoto. I mean, I'm sure we've got Ortiz here. We've got Andale. We've got, you know, a good crop here.
There's an expectation in the crowd as well, a bit of a buzz as Asahina took to the tatami.
She's a crowd favorite, there's
Right.
no doubt.
So let's go down to mat number 3 then, and we'll pick up the action between Irina Kinzeska of the Ukraine and Asahina Sara of Japan, mat number 3.
Well, that was quick. Fortunately, we had a little technical difficulty there. Missed it, but nice. I guess we didn't see the throw, so ippon by Asahina Sara. If I was going to make my guess, it would be Haraigoshi. Unfortunately, missed that one.
Right, let's go to mat number 2 then to see the contest between Kim Sung-min and Abdullah Tangriev. It's Kim in the white judogi, Tangriev in blue.
Mat 3, second round for men under 100 kilo. In blue for Korea, Ko Yong-hoon.
Okay, let's go down to mat number 1. The contest coming up. Well, the contest underway is Noel van der End of the Netherlands. He faces Davidos Baterdena of Mongolia. There's no score in that as yet, just a single Shido. Here's David McFall.
Yep, just the single Shido. Hopefully, Dajidorov can inspire his Mongolian compatriots who've had a tough time in Tokyo. Goes flying in there, but only had one hand in the sleeve. But perhaps it was effective. Well, effective in showing enough to put a second penalty on white. Van der End, who's had a very good year. Some very, very good results. We were singing the praises of Mookie yesterday, who had a fantastic year for Israel. And Van der End had a really good year.
Something there over on mat number 3. Martin Pacek has just won his contest. Arm locking his opponent. Van der End tidied up, and a little cut, I suppose, somewhere. Just wiping that blood away, and then he's ready to get back underway.
Cut me big.
90 kilos is a good-looking weight, isn't it?
It is.
Oh, that was nice.
Really nice.
You see, here's another one who rolls away from his opponent, not having seen that it's Wazari, not Ippon.
Showing both lack of control and missed opportunities.
You know, we're being really harsh because we're dealing with the best fighters in the world. And if you're talking a lower level, we would talk in slightly different terms to say, oh, this is what would be good to do. If they can raise their game to that level. But you'd expect that level at this level.
Well, the other thing is they should be exemplary to show people at different levels. At any level of judo, you should be following up your throws with transition and newaza. Just no excuse.
He missed out there, and as a result, he's still on the mat. And if he gets taken back,
then he's going to regret it, and that's the danger. Talked quite a bit in the first day, and we've done this quite a bit on the broadcast about the Japanese women. And yes, their newaza is good, but their transition game is what gets them there.
Yeah, it gives them that advantage.
Just heads up.
Backed up into this near left corner now. Noel van der End gets out, and another Seoinage effort. And here's an opportunity to get on top.
It's going to be tough here the way the Mongolian is sprawled out.
Yeah.
That leg sprawl is just classic for preventing. But
just didn't get the left leg far over enough to trap that. Get behind the elbow and trap the shoulder.
And Dajidorov is doing a good job of defending there. Give him credit. See, with 30 seconds, Dajidorov is just charging.
Some Kyle Ray's in the background. Canadian will be coming up in a couple of fights' time on mat number 3. I think that we're going to be going to mat number 2 shortly.
I was just going to say that. Look, I have a bit of a mind meld here.
Yeah, well, at the moment, I think
just looking at the obvious.
Yeah, my sights are set on the current Olympic champion at under 78 kilos. I think that's going to be well worth having a look at.
Well, a like I said at the top of the broadcast, it'll be a good story if she can be the first American to capture a title in Tokyo.
She had a bye in the first round, didn't she? Kayla Harrison we're talking about. We haven't mentioned
yes,
her name.
Exactly. But I think most
Reasonably
judo fans,
obvious.
most American, yes, minus 78. I wonder who would that be.
Well, before we get too involved in David Ruiz and Kim Jae-yoon, let's go to mat number 2. And the reason for that is it'll set us up nicely for the upcoming contest. It'll also give us a chance to look at Liu Jian of China. Liu in the white judogi facing Yakov Khamo of the Ukraine, the junior European champion in blue. Facing the tough job of overcoming Liu Jian. He's doing a good job at the moment because there are only 40-odd seconds left to go, and he leads by 2 scores, a Yuko and a Wazari.
I believe this is our first look at the heavyweights today. Just my vision for a second. 90 to plus 100.
Yeah, I don't think we've featured any of the plus 100 so far today, did we? I kind of saw Kamikawa out of the corner of my eye. Can't remember who it was that he defeated in that first round contest. Kamikawa Daiki.
He must have taken out. Was it Bayar from?
Oh yeah, Ulis Derenbayer, the junior world champion. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. What's Sato up to on mat 4 now? No score in that one. 3:18 left to go.
You can hear the Japanese fans were engaged in that one. The cheers.
Hamo wins out here. He goes into round 2, which brings us neatly now to the second round contest in the under 78 kilo category. It's the current Olympic champion, Kayla Harrison of the United States of America. She faces Klara Apoteca of Slovenia. It's Harrison in the white judogi, Apoteca in blue.
Slovenians had a good day yesterday.
Yeah.
Harrison just one slot of the top 10. 11th in the ranking.
Came in here as the number 4 seed. Tall and leggy opponent. Apoteca, just the sort of opponent that Harrison needs as far as the testing is concerned, because most of the time her opponents are taller than her in this weight category. Yo, Aguiar, Valencek are all up there with a good deal of height, just with that Ippon Seoinage effort.
Well, you were saying yesterday that her experience fighting at the next lower weight class against opponents like Alvier, that and cutting weight probably drew her back up to minus 78. But really good.
Yeah, nice
look
work.
at this.
Yeah.
She's looking now to convert this into Osaikomi. There we go.
Done.
Well done.
And now with the legs under control, she can put the squeeze on the top half. And that's where it becomes really uncomfortable if you're in blue.
I don't really think that you can. The angle is not here for the Shimawaza to actually work from here.
No, but you know, you get that
yes.
really, really tightness across the body, and you know you're not going anywhere.
That's right. That's right. So,
Yeah.
a minute
Yeah,
and 15
she says.
seconds. Minute 15 seconds. No sense in fighting these tall girls in Tachiwaza when you can get into the ground and just bulldog them. Shall we take a look over at Satarika on number 4?
Yeah, because things are looking kind of tight down there, aren't
Let's
they?
take a look at mat number 4.
Single Shido at the moment against Madeleine Malonga of France in the white judogi. He's up against Sato Ruika of Japan. Harrison running out of the arena in the background, getting off the floor as quickly as she can. No doubt to go back, look at whomsoever it is that she's got to fight next on the big screen and then prepare for the next round. No score as yet. Sato just attacking there with one hand. Now Malonga picks up a second penalty.
Sato Harrison is probably going to be fighting the winner of this Ogata Galleon match. That's on mat number 2. But I think this is a better match. We can slip over there in a little bit. But this is
Sato, you know, we're going to be
good stuff here.
seeing her after this.
Minus 78's looking like a really... Minus 78 and minus 90 are two categories I'm really enjoying.
Yeah, I think the quarter-final lineup is going to speak volumes for the IJF World Ranking List. When you read that quarter-final lineup, you'll be reading, you know, everything in there. The only people missing are Chamio and Aguiar. The rest of them, they're here. Yo, missing out on another leggy fighter.
This is tight. Just the 2 penalties to White, to Malonga. Sato just sort of grinding this one out. Looks like she's trying to work the arm. She looks like Osaikomi, or she's got the arm trapped. I don't see a signal for Osaikomi, but it doesn't really matter with no time left. All right. So Sato Ruika is through to the next round. Finishes out her round 2 fight. Meanwhile, an update on mat number 2. Ogata Akari has gotten a Yuko and then converted with the Newaza for Ippon. So that is going to be an interesting fight, Ogata versus Harrison. What do you
Right, mat 3. Let's have a look at Elmar Gazimov of Azerbaijan. He faces Kyle Reyes of Canada. It's Gazimov in the white judogi. Reyes in blue. Reyes having defeated Wolf Aaron in the first round.
Just a penalty apiece. Reyes has a good look there, and I like that. Goes for the Kosoto, and then flips around and goes for the Uchimata on the other direction there. We had noticed yesterday we had not seen Nicholas Gill. Wondering who Canada has in their chair today.
Ooh, nice. He took control as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think the Sasai didn't have a lot. I mean, the leg was up, but there was nothing, not a feint, nothing to sell it. And then Reyes was just allowed to counter.
Gazimov is going to be questioning whether that should be scored. And the reason that he's questioning it is because he was making the attempt. He failed, and he's wondering whether there was any control from Reyes on the way down. I thought there was.
The Ippon got weighed off, and it looks like it's going to be no score.
the thinking then and the explanation is there was no control on the part of Reyes because, Gazimov was flat on his back. So if there was going to be a score, there's no question of whether it was Yuko or was Ari. No, that it would have been Ippon, but in order for them to give Ippon, they would have had to have decided that Reyes took over the technique and had sufficient enough control on the way down to give him the score. They decided it wasn't, so there was no score at all.
Excellent explanation, Sheldon. I'm telling you, I'd give you the badge.
That's what I think.
Unfortunately, I'm not really qualified to hand out referee badges, so that was a big move there by Gasanov. Reyes did well to land on his stomach. If the grips open up, these guys both can move pretty well. Reyes, of course, former junior world champion. Oh, looking for Ouchi.
Yeah,
Nice
stepped off
exchange.
that nice as well. When Gazimov came back, Reyes was able to step off it.
One of the disappointments of Kapellik not competing today is I always like to see a Kapellik-Reyes fight.
Yeah, for me, it's a matter of time before he catches him.
Yeah. Well, I can see that developing into a really nice rivalry. We've actually got a Japanese on every one of the mats right now. Got Nishikawa, Tachimoto. Oh, well, not in the current fight we're seeing, but in the other three mats.
Nishiyama Daiki down on mat number 1, Tachimoto Megumi on 2.
And Iwao Keita on mat number 4.
Yeah. And to some degree, Kyle Reyes on
yes,
mat
I
number
guess
3.
in a sense.
Yeah.
We got some Japanese DNA, let's put it that way, on every mat.
Ooh. Right at the end there, Gazimov, it's possible that he just stopped as well. He heard the gong and didn't go through. That was nice because, he was around the back there. Right, so it's our first period of golden score today. We had a couple yesterday. The old days of 1,000,001 golden scores have gone by the wayside.
And
Count them on one hand.
I think we're all happy about that.
Yep.
Not this run of golden scores, not this huge run. I don't miss any flags anymore either.
Yeah, that's true.
Hante is long forgotten. That's a good little exchange there. He is charging in there. Looked like he was looking to use that Kosoto. Gazimov looks for big Ashiwaza of his own. Gazanov is, well, he's sort of just laying there. He's got the foot wrapped up, so I guess he doesn't feel he's in any danger. So Reyes tries to get in position for Kesagatame. Already a minute into golden score.
Someone's going to have to take the risk here. He's with Uchimata. Couldn't come up with the second follow-up technique, which is normally his method of operation. He's good at coming up with a second technique.
By the way, update, probably the biggest upset of the day. Iwao has taken out Silva. And it wasn't exactly an exciting match. It was a penalty. So, but Rafael Silva, he's done.
Came in here as the number 1 seed and tops the world ranking list as well. I wrote recently an article on Teddy Riner about the plus 100 kilo category and the disappointment in the opposition that he has to face. You know, this is one of the difficulties. How good is he if the opposition aren't tested? Well, we just saw Silva tested by what number on the world ranking list? Probably 0. The guy hasn't got any.
The guy was, he was a wild card who got basically put in because he won the Kodokan Cup this month.
You know, and he can't. Here's the world number 1 who cannot get past a complete rank outsider.
Listen, first thing, it's obvious Rainier has a physique, but the other thing is in the last 3 or 4 years, his judo has developed into that physique. I think the thing that really impressed me seeing with Chelabinsk is how good his sumigaishi has come out.
Yeah.
You know, he's using those long legs, not just for big guy throws like Osoto, but now sumigaishi, and he's really got a nice repertoire. His newaza is improving.
He's showing off, isn't he?
Well, he's just developing into a more and more well-rounded judoka. He's not just a big body.
Gray's putting the pressure on Gazimov there, over in that far left-hand corner.
That said, I remark again, and we've said it, Shichinohe really challenged Rainier, and that was beautiful.
He's blowing heavily here, the Azeri. Gray's, I think, with another good series here, should finish this off.
It's been a bit of a slog here. 3 minutes of golden score after 5 minutes.
One more stab at it from the young Canadian. There you go. Go on. And another. Well followed
good.
up. Yeah.
I thought he was going to get that Tai Tushi, or well, actually more of an Uchimata man, but didn't need it probably.
Here we go again. He's got to do the same again. You know,
when your opponent's bent over his hand on his knees like that,
go.
You
just
know
get your
he's
hands
so
on him.
gassed.
And then just get your hands on him just to look more positive. Ooh.
See, now he's turning in, and he
it's not the grip you want. Absolutely, as David said, gassed here. 4th minute.
Oh, we're in the 9-minute mark total time.
And now there's mercifully for Gazimov, he's going to have a chance to tie his belt. Coach barking instructions out at him. I think it's a bit late for that. He's just looking for the team doctor for the oxygen.
If you look at the length of this match and there's only one penalty assessed, I'm wondering whether they were a little bit too generous and not passing out some parking tickets earlier.
Just a moment of panic there for
Yes.
Gazimov as both fighters were penalized.
It's not going to get any faster.
The minor
Is this
panic
going to hit the
avoided,
10-minute mark here?
Woo! Reyes came up with Uchimata in the end. Maybe he was galvanized by picking up that.
That penalty, like,
Sec-
what do I got to do
second
here?
shooter,
Yeah.
Was it Baker Masu last year had some gigantic battles? 2 in a row.
Paris.
Yeah. Oh, Paris.
Paris
was it? Yeah.
this year.
Yeah. Oh, it was incredible.
I couldn't believe it because he was winning
Fight
the golden
after fight,
score,
yeah.
and then walked in the training room, and both him and his opponent, I forget who it was, collapsed basically. And then he went out and
Another one.
went against, who was it? I'm going to have to look that up.
Well into the 5-minute mark now. Uchigari. Go on. Yuko this time, yeah. Reyes doesn't want to give up the Newaza position just in case they cancel the Yuko, but I think they're going to leave it this time and save, rather like in a boxing match, and save Gazimov any further punishment.
So he went in late. Baker went in against Ganishkashvili.
Yeah.
And then they had a long fight,
right,
and
a
then went to
terrific
golden
battle,
score. And then he went up against Buffet.
Yeah, Romain Buffet, yeah, the French fighter. Right, let's go to mat number 2 then. We're going to jump to mat number 2 to have a look at Kirill Voprosov of Russia. He faces Baker Masu of Japan. There is a single score on the board, Yuko to Masu, Baker Masu. And we've got 2:20 odd left to go.
Yes, and that competition, then Baker went up against Guak and won, lost to Lee, and then Lee took the gold medal because his opponent did not show up for the final. So Baker almost could have gotten the gold in Paris.
Voprosov, the destroyer of Viniashvili in Chelyabinsk. Here he's up against the young Japanese.
Baker up by that one Yuko.
Lipatiliani has won his contest on mat number 1, safely through to the next round.
Oh,
already
call
called
mate.
mate, yeah, and they were
That's
both
right.
relaxed in it. Even Baker Masu in the execution of the throw was relaxed. So.
I think he was just
Yeah.
instinct, right?
Yeah.
All right, take a look at that. I don't know why. If it's called mate, it shouldn't be an issue.
I'm really glad that they did that because I've seen it a couple of times where they've given it to, Tori. But on this occasion, Baker Masu was actually pulling out of the throw and rolling over because he had heard the mate.
Right.
So it had gone that far. It's different if he hadn't heard the mate and he had continued. Could also be that Voprosov hadn't heard the mate and he'd continued. They'd let that stand.
Well, last exchange, Baker Mash has got to be worried. Voprosov comes over and grabs that belt. Baker's going to have to do something like he just did in sprawl and hopefully not look negative. Yeah, look at that sort of Tai Toshi looking maneuver.
Going back to Rafael Silva, it's disappointing, isn't it? We haven't got the world champion and Olympic champion here, so we're looking towards, those that have turned up, and you look to the number 1 seed and the world number 1. He happens to be the world number 1.
Mate. They call it mate.
Wee. So he's got a
Be
cut.
careful there.
Wee, ouch.
A little above the brow cut. Careful there. I mean, that went to Mate, and that arm almost got locked up pretty badly there.
You need a bit of tidying up.
Yeah, you
on
said,
the
I
mat.
mean, Silva is the points leader, but it's a grand slam. I mean, big points, big chance, no Rainier. At least get to the finals.
Whilst we're chatting about that, let's go down to mat number 4. We've got a bit of a blood injury on mat 2. We're going to have a look at Daniel Natia. He's up against Ojitani Takeshi of Japan. It's Natia in the white judogi, Ojitani in blue. Suzuki Keiji in the chair for the big man, and why not?
Suzuki Keiji usually will sit in the chair for the heavyweights. I mean, that's basically his coaching position for the All Japan team.
Bumped into Anai Takamasa yesterday. He looked in incredibly good shape. I mean, really fit. Hasn't put on any weight.
You know, Anai, I'm not sure if he was a policeman. You know, the policemen themselves, those police dojos are pretty hardcore, and just because you finish your competitive career doesn't mean. But I have a feeling he may have taken a coaching position at Tenri. Either way,
Well, you
he's
might
not
be right,
far
yeah.
from the mats.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, he was saying what he was doing yesterday, but there was a crowd of people, you know, jumping all over him for his autograph. I think he realised that when he stopped to say hello, it probably was a mistake.
Yeah.
They swarmed on him.
Oh yeah, he's a popular, very popular judoka.
Nati has picked up 3 penalties. Ojitani just the 1. There's a minute and a half left to go. And we'll go back to the Voprosov Baker contest as soon as we can. But whilst they're tidying up that little bit of blood, we'll stay with the big guys.
I think the thing with Anai is, you know, he was one of those, he stepped in, he had that, not quite the following Inoue Kosei, but he stepped in, he got a couple All Japan Judo Championships, really, really nice judo. Kind of, at the end of his career, had kind of a fizzle out there in London, losing to Kapelik.
Natia, it is, who gets the 4th penalty and has to leave us. We're going to go back to mat number 2 now, and we'll pick up the contest again between Kirill Voprosov of Russia. He trails Baker Masu by Yuko with a minute and 40 odd left to go. Baker having had some attention to a cut above the right eye. Let's hope that that's not going to slow the Japanese down. Well, it has slowed him down because he just picked up a Shido. He leads by Yuko, and this is the important thing here for Baker Masu.
Still plenty of time left, though, for the Russian. That time is winding down. Ooh, that was a good look there. Came out of his typical crouching position there and came up working in Osoto. They're going to take care of that cut again. It looks like it's still bleeding through that bandage.
I think the thing is that it's only just above the eyebrow, so it's difficult to get any hold on it. Well, whilst they're doing that, we're going to go down to mat number 1 now, because on mat number 1, Guillaume Elmont of the Netherlands has just lost his contest to Nagasawa Kenta, so that brings Ilias Iliadis to the tatami. Iliadis in the white judogi facing Alexander Kukolj of Serbia. Not sure what they can do with that cut of Baker unless he gives up, you know, the sight in one eye to tape it properly.
That's
Go
that'd
and
be quite a
I'm
handicap.
going to say go and fight for Prosov with one eye.
Well, the more that badge increases, the more and more he's doing a Travis Stevens imitation, I think.
Yeah. Right, we're underway. Iliadis in white, Kukol in blue.
Called a big, lanky customer. Probably trying to do his best to keep his torso out of Iliadis' range.
Baker Massieu has managed to find his way back to the mat. So again, let's change one more time. We go back to mat number 2 because we want to see what happens with Voprosov and Baker.
This is he's going to pick up a second penalty. The low position that he has, he tends to drag that knee, and it looks like a false attack, I think, sometimes, you know? That's a dangerous thing. He has this problem of falling behind by penalties. There's his second one.
It's a very defensive position. It's difficult to throw your opponent from there. He can't really produce a lot from there, so they're going to call that as negative. But
Voprosov was going in for a Kosoto, and Baker was able to not quite counter it, but control him going to the ground. Now, of course, he's going to do his best to see how much time he can work while looking active on the tatami. And he did pretty well because there's only 9 seconds left on the board. And he can afford a penalty, so he's in good shape here.
well, Baker clearly hampered by the injury to the eye. And between now and the next contest, as he walks off and walks, it's a lengthy way back to the warm-up area as well, because you have to come all the way back around the arena and then downstairs. It's a long way back. There's not going to be a lot of time for them to work on the eye before he has to prepare for his next contest. So we'll see whether, that causes more problems than he's already got.
Wonder if they have time to throw a couple stitches in there and cover with Vaseline. Depending how open it is.
Well, maybe the best thing. Maybe the best thing, to be honest. Okay, let's go back down to mat number 1. My apologies for that, but we want to see what's happening with Ilias Iliadis. He's picked up 2 penalties. Kukol's just the 1. And now he picks up a third. And he had 2 penalties in his last contest and then managed to come through.
Well, Kukov has picked up his second as well. 3 penalties is... things really difficult.
Just going to have to throw him.
Yeah. Gonna have to toss him.
It's Iliadis in this contest. Kviniashvili coming up next. And then after that, it's Van to End.
Okay, well.
So
guess we're going to sort of
could be
put up stakes here and camp here a little bit. Oh, that was a good attempt by Iliadis. Tried to come over there for Osoto. Certainly plenty of time.
Ooh.
Oh!
Well, it's not
That
often
was
you
a
see
Yuko,
that,
yep.
is it?
Iliadis is on the other end of that stick.
Well, that's if the penalties weren't a wake-up call, then that effort certainly was.
Yes, Koshiwaza. Iliadis being on the wrong side. That exchange. This is the grip he wants.
He came into the contest carrying an injury. He pulled out of the competition in Jeju and said, "Okay, I'm injured.
So
I've
he's
got
not
a knee
100.
injury." Yeah.
But you know, he's got a following of fans around the world. But the Japanese really appreciate Ilias' judo. He's got quite a few fans here too. People want to see him do well.
The difficulty there was not only has he not been able to throw, he hasn't been able to generate any attacks. Kukolj was very clever after that last penalty to put in 3 series of attacks, which meant that during that time, Iliadis hasn't put in an attack. One more, and I think he'll pick up another penalty.
And that'll be it. So Iliadis has got to attack here.
Kukolj hasn't stopped since he came up with that Yuko score. He's always been first to the attacks. He goes again, except that's not a really good one, is it? You know, lost contact with the hands.
Oh, he gets caught with a false attack. Now it's 3 apiece.
Yeah.
But he's still ahead by Yuko, so.
Oh, left the arm there. You might want to stand up because time's
Too
running
late.
out.
Too late.
No. Kukolj with a very famous win, if you like.
There you go. There's our second upset.
Yep.
So we won't be seeing an Iliadis Baker final.
Alexander Kukolj of Serbia it is, who knocks out Iliadis.
As we said, not a 100% Iliadis.
Yeah. Came in with carrying that knee injury. Well, we're going to stay here on mat number 1 because coming up next, Beka Gviniashvili of Georgia faces Alexander Ider of France. The Frenchman is an exciting thrower at times. Whether or not he'll be able to bring that to the party with Beka Gviniashvili is another question. Because Beka is a bit of a handful.
Oh, yeah.
Second round for men over 100 kilo mat 4. In blue for Japan, Kamikawa Daiki. In white for Brazil, David Moura.
Beautiful Uchimata there. Beautiful Uchimata. We were talking about the exciting throwing skills of Alexander Ider. And there you have it. Viniashvili looking shell-shocked. Hardly able to come back to the start position. What an Uchimata that was. It was Nadze, the coach, in the background. He knew. You can see his reaction as his man goes over. There he goes. Yeah, absolutely. Planted. On the mat now, Noel van ter End of the Netherlands faces Kim Jae-yoon of Korea. That was beautiful. Really was. Van ter End in the white judogi. And Kim in blue. Both fighters have picked up a penalty apiece. And to end with the Sutemi Waza effort there. Wasn't bad in the end. Took a little while to develop it. Once it got going, however, it began to take a nice shape. You'll remember at the beginning of the Becker Gviniashvili Alexander Idir contest, it was just on mat number 1, I mentioned that the Frenchman Alexander Idir had some nice throwing techniques, and the question was whether he could bring those to the party. Well, he did. He threw Gviniashvili for Ippon beautifully with Uchimata. Gviniashvili stood on the mat shell-shocked for a while and was invited by the referee on a couple of occasions to go back to his start spot. Just so shocked. But it really was a beautiful technique. And as I said, he's got that ability.
Well, that's 3 upsets. Which would you rank as the biggest? Iliadis was injured, so we kind of knew he wasn't 100%.
Silva out, Iliadis out, Gviniashvili destined for the repechage, I think, depending on how big the field is. We'll have to see where it was that he lost. Yeah, no, too early. Gviniashvili and Idir was a 3rd round contest. It's shower time for Gviniashvili.
Training camp.
And to end, 3 penalties with half the contest still to come. Kim causing the Dutchman plenty of problems.
Kim continually attacking.
The coach that we're talking about, the unsettling effort there from Kim. And to end in that desperate position where there's no score on the board and 3 penalties against you with so much time on the clock. This is not going the distance. Ooh. Yeah, close. Kim Jae-yoon almost giving up a score there. Song Dae-nam in the chair, giving some encouragement. Martin Ahrens, well, I'm not sure what he can say to his man.
Meantime, the stadium is filling out nicely today.
Yeah, it really is. It's a poor effort there from end to end. I wonder if this was just, we saw that list earlier on of all the competitions that Van der End had been in this year and hitting the podium, with regularity. Maybe the Grand Slam at the end of the year, just that bridge too far.
Yep, burnt. Well, we'll see. He's not. 3 penalties, but there's a minute and a half left. Let's not call him out yet, though. He's got a formidable challenge. Kim is just relentless here. Got some wonderful fights in the other mats as well. Mat number 2, Murray versus Haga. Mat number 3, Ortiz versus Inamori. And Hamada versus Yoon on mat number 4. Getting about that time today.
Gonna have to dig deep here. Van der End. Keep the attacks coming.
Oh, he's also got to produce a score. It's not just that he's behind by all these penalties, but he hasn't produced a score yet. And this could be it.
Well, he's going to go out having ducked underneath that high collar grip that Kim had. Van der End ducked his head underneath, and now he's going to pick up another Shido.
Well called. Mr. Hirano agrees with your call there.
I think he's just too tired, to be honest. Overdone it a little bit, and that one a little bit too far. Here's another. fighter heading for the showers. Right, what have we got coming up next then?
Why don't we take a look at the Ortiz fight?
Mat number 3. Let's go to mat number 3 to look at let's go to mat number 3 to take a look at Idalis Ortiz and Inamori Nami of Japan. Half a minute left to go. Ortiz has picked up 2 penalties. Inamori just got to manage this one now.
You know, I was saying before that I could see Tachimoto, Asahina, and Yamabe at the podium. If Ortiz gets taken out by Inamura,
Yeah.
could we see a full sweep? Japanese women at the top.
For me, there's a look about the women's heavyweight division that you can read. There's a look about the men's heavyweight division that you can read, and one of the things that comes to mind is that there's just not the kind of consistency from Idalis Ortiz.
We've got an Olympic champion there who's
Yeah.
beat by, just like with Silva, the same
Yeah.
deal. Someone who's
a runabout.
a runabout, someone
Yeah.
who's thrown in there at the last minute because they did well in the last domestic tournament.
Yeah, and we come back to that point that David was making over the last couple of days about A game and B game. This is not the Japanese A game, and there she is knocking out the Olympic champion.
Well, A game is coming up right now in this mat. Yame Kanai, as I was saying earlier, is having a heck of a year. Probably our only disappointment really was Chelyabinsk. Everything else, Paris Grand Slam, All Japan women, All Japan weight class. The throw that I really like that she's developed, well, that's a nice one right there, but she has developed a counter to Uchimata. The Sukashi, the timing is just impeccable when she does it.
It's great for a big girl, isn't it? You know, that kind of movement. Konitz down by Yuko in the first 20 seconds.
And that's how she's taking care of Tachimocha this year. I would almost say that she's developing a subtlety to her judo. I mean, for a heavyweight, that's akin to what Muneta used to do. The thing with Muneta, he was usually doing against much bigger people, and that's what made it special.
It was a good lead to get early on. Just settle yourself and put that bit of pressure on your opponent. They're behind right from the get-go. If they hadn't thought that they had a difficult contest on the way to the tatami, I bet they're thinking about it now.
All the 3 Japanese women heavyweights have a nice haraigoshi. I think, but the best one of the 3 is coming up the next match with Asahina Sara.
Actually, for me, is the danger. The confidence is just overwhelming. You just, I don't know, she just exudes it at the moment because she's fearless.
I was talking to one of the senseis of the Kodokan, and they were working on her haraigoshi, and before it was kind of the big heavyweight where you would kind of leverage the haraigoshi. Now she's getting a bit of a scooping action in there, and more kazushi. Looking better and better. There was a look at a counter there by Yamabe. There was a look at the Haragoshi there for a moment. Didn't quite get her foot deep enough. Of course, she's working off a Kenkayotsu position, so she's got more distance she's got to cover. I think the way that she sometimes lulls people in is she'll give them the inside position on Kenkayotsu, so her opponents think that they can pull the Uchimata, and then she times this Skashi. She's not giving Kunitz the inside position now.
Looks relaxed now, doesn't she?
Tried to drive the leg through that time.
Just a single Yuko picked up in the first 20 seconds. Just eased her way into this part of the contest. No trouble at all for Yamabe, to be honest.
Ah, had a look there. She just kind of cruised through this. She rode that Yuko all the way to the end.
Let's go to mat number. Where are we going to go? Oh, we may have missed it. No, mat number 2. And the reason that we're going to go to mat number 2 is coming up next. Shichinue Ryu of Japan faces Orsason of Israel. Now we may stay here for a bit because Emily Andiol of France and Asahina Sara are on mat number 3. Let's see where we are. Quarterfinal or a round 2? That's the other way that we normally evaluate, which we're going to pick. Quarterfinal, just a little bit further in the competition. You've got someone who's up for, a medal place after that. Lipatiliani is taking to mat number 1. He's the world number 1 down on mat number 1. The choices are just a little bit difficult to make. We haven't seen Shichinue as yet. We saw Lipatiliani early on, and we saw Asahina earlier on. Let's have a look at Shichinue. He may give us...
it might be a quick one, too.
Yeah, as they say in a certain island in the Caribbean, he may give us a bligh. And then we can go and... we can go see Asahina. If there's anybody out there, I challenge them to explain the meaning of that little term that I dropped in there.
The last time I saw Orsason, he got absolutely creamed by Rainier and Chilabinsk.
Don't remind me.
It was just... Shichinue looks at Ochi. He goes, yeah, I could do that too.
He really did get hold of him in Chelyabinsk. It was, dare I say, almost embarrassing.
He went flying. The tatami that he covered, he was skipping like a stone. We don't want to disparage him too much. Maybe he can pick him up. Yes.
Let's not do it. Just the memory of that makes me blush for him. Little feint there at the beginning from Shichinue. Stepped off the Ojigari from Sason without any difficulty at all. Stays nice and upright, nice and close as well. Doesn't back off, avoiding grips. He gets in there pretty quick. And that one doesn't threaten Shichinue either.
Mat 4, the winner in blue for Japan is Sato Ruika. She will lead the semi-finals for the winner under 78 kilos. Now, time for the heavyweight category of Mat 4. Quarterfinals for men under 100 kilos.
No score, no penalty.
He hasn't helped us out, has he?
Nope.
He knew Lipatiliani was on the other mat, and he decided, no, I want a bit of the spotlight.
Well, I'm keeping an eye on the other match there. Right now, it's all evened up. There's no score over there as well.
Is that with Andiol and Asahino?
Yeah.
Well, for Asahina, there's a degree of getting used to these opponents who she hasn't faced before. You know, just working it out, and
She's the junior world champion. She's still a high schooler.
yeah. Oh, she's got that lovely little Ashiwaza feint as well that made me laugh in Miami. Well, Fort Lauderdale when she brought it off on 2 occasions. It's a little step, a little feint, and then the finish with the Sasai Tsurikomiyashi. It made me giggle because you just don't expect someone of that size to be able to come up with that kind of movement.
Yeah, she's got a few tricks. Just like Wolf and Baker, she's moved up from the Kodokan all the way through, you know, so she's got that classic judo background. Meantime, still no score here. Yeah, Shichino is not giving it any favors, and maybe we can give some credit to Sasson for sticking in there. But they're asking to tidy things up, so there might be something being delivered here. Yeah, he ducks ahead too, so Sasson gets the penalty here. Sasson's a big guy. We saw Shichino outside, and he's a big guy. This is sort of redundant to say heavyweight's a big guy, but they're both very tall.
Oh! He thought about the arm lock, didn't he?
He did. He
That
did.
step
That
over
arm
there.
came over.
Lipatiliani's got some problems down on mat number 1. He's a Yuko down. We have only a minute left to go.
And there we go. Shichinohe. Now gets in. He gets him in the Keisugatame here. Kuzure Keisugatame, it looks like. And just in time, the other match goes into golden score.
I think there are two penalties
Is there
against
two penalties?
Andiol. Yes, a little bit
Okay.
difficult to see from this distance. Shichinoe finishes off Sasson. Let's go quickly to mat number 1 because we've got 32 seconds of the contest between Lipatiliani and Nagasawa to go. And Lipatiliani trails by Yuko.
Well, good choice then going to Shichinohe because obviously with two penalties in one, that wasn't exactly a barn burner over there on mat number 3.
Yeah, that was going to be a difficult one for Asahino. She, learns her trade. A lot of expectation for a youngster to cope with some of these fighters, and a few of them are going to be unattractive fights, but we try and pick them.
On mat 3, the winner of the quarterfinal in blue for Japan was Asahina Sera. Quarterfinals now, mat 3 for men under 100 kilos.
Oh, Lipatiliani loses out to Nagasawa of Japan.
Georgians continue. Mongolians and Georgians have not
Yeah.
have a good day
Yeah.
at time in Tokyo.
Let's go back to mat number 3. We haven't seen Takagi Kaihan of Japan, have we?
didn't we see in the very beginning there? And he
Who was he up against? Mat number 3, anyway. Let's go there. Who was he up against?
That was. I think we were on him for a little bit, and then we moved away. He fought. Was a Ukrainian, Romanchuk.
Oh, yeah. Okay, well, let's have a look at Martin Pacek and Takagi. It's Pacek in the white judogi, Takagi in blue. There's no scorers yet, and we've just had the first 40-odd seconds.
It was Takagi who he took out Fletcher in the next round. So he's hanging in there. Well, if Tachimoto can defeat Chibisova of Russia, then the Japanese will have taken all of the pools in Plex 78.
Yep, that's what we were looking at this morning.
Well, I didn't think I was going to see Ortiz fall to Inamori, to be quite frank. But Asahina, Tachimoto, well, Tachimoto's still got to do it. But Asahina and Yamabe, that looked like a pretty good lock. So Takagi has the 1 penalty here.
And the same as yesterday, there will be a kata demonstration today at 3. I repeat, today, before the final block at 3, a kata demonstration.
午後4時の3位決定戦開始に先立ちまして、午後3時25分より公式の方の演技を行います。どうぞご期待ください。
Next up is now mat 1, quarterfinals for men under 90 kilo.
So kind of a sloppy little makikomi there. Way too low on the arm for it to be effective by Pacek.
Well, I'm sorry that we're going to miss out on the Pacek contest, because coming up on mat number 2 is the quarterfinal in the under 78 kilo category. Kayla Harrison of the United States of America faces Ogata Akari of Japan. It's Harrison in the white judogi, Ogata in blue. Let's go over to mat number 2. If you want to see the Martin Pacek contest, you can click on mat number 3 and you'll get that. Let's settle down and watch this one.
Pacek and Takagi was kind of a slow burn. I think this is more of a hot sizzle right here.
Ogata doesn't want to chase Harrison too much. Sure that the American is perfectly happy to have Ogata coming on to her. It suits her.
Boom.
As I said, you don't want to be chasing her. You know, with there's no time taken off the clock.
I've said this before, I'll say it again. One of the weak points of the Japanese men and women is the physical conditioning. And you're looking at Kayla Harrison, who I think pound for pound or kilo for kilo is probably one of the strongest judoka in the entire field, men or women.
Men or women, yeah.
All you have to do is Google her and see a shot of her without that judoki top, and she is packed. And the thing is you combine that with her technique, and you're looking at the full package, and that's why she's wearing an Olympic back right there.
Just missed out with the feet positioning. Then the hips are always in a good position.
Kudos to Jim Jr. and Jim Sr., Team Pedro for developing her. It's such a fine athlete.
Yuko on the board, 250 odd left to go. Harrison threatening on a couple of occasions already with that huge right hip technique. Here we go again, and Ogata just avoiding that grip but not getting off it completely.
She didn't get as deep those last attacks as she did the first one. Perhaps Ogata a little bit more eager to go on the ground, but Harrison doesn't have a weak point in the ground either. Let's try to turn it again. Another big one. Just can't seem to tie up the upper body. Just got her up around her hip. Just an update, Patrick is now up by Yuko on mat number 3 with 49 seconds left. In addition, Takagi has 2 penalties to Patrick's 0 penalties. Meantime, Harrison is just coming in again and again.
Just wondering when the hip technique, is that obvious to Ogata? She knows it's coming. What's the other?
Oh, this is looking dangerous here for Harrison.
Well,
She's got the leg tied
yeah,
up
exactly.
pretty well.
And there's no part, the top half yet, to cause undue concern.
The thing that got me worried were there's some loose arms flopping around there, and she could have caught one of those wings and done a Kansetsu waza. Harrison leads by Yuko.
Yeah, the leg
with a
looks
minute
okay.
left. Yeah, looks
See,
pretty good.
Ogata's got to do so much work with the leg that she hasn't got the kind of control that she needs at the top, and it's going to look untidy. And for that reason, I mean, he gave it a good, 20, 25 seconds.
Gave her time to develop
Yeah.
it. But we know that leg was so deep. I
Yeah.
mean, that was mid-thigh.
Yeah, I'm just wondering when Ogata is expecting that hip technique, whether it wouldn't be nice just to push the hip across and go around the back. It's easily said, say it from here, but that is an option. Is an option.
Oh, if you've got someone who is physically dominant and has good throwing skills, everyone knew what Kogo was going to do, but no one could prevent it. I'm not saying that Harrison at that level, but when you've got, if you've got the physical, you've got the technique, you've got the conditioning, you've got the newaza.
第3試合場 100kg 級クォーターファイナル
In blue for Korea is Cho Woo-han. In white for Canada, Kyle Reyes.
Harrison, I think you pointed that out. She was being defensive with that grip. She could afford it, though, with
Yeah.
30 seconds left, and she had
Even-
none to her name at that point.
She'll even take the penalty for stepping out.
outside.
Still means 16 seconds left to go. There's one more to burn, if you like. Turn left or right, just don't go back. And now Ogata, as we've said right at the beginning, having to come forward now, kind of
Yep.
walking onto that one.
And she's
into
going to
the
practice her
outside.
Yoko Tomoe
Yeah.
Nage. Usually we see the Japanese on the other end of this exact position. Harrison's hips were a little bit high there.
Yeah, this
If I was going
time,
to be nitpicky, but now she switches into Kamishio, or she did for a second.
this time the Japanese on the receiving end. And there were two occasions when Ogata looked to chase, got caught for Yuko in the beginning when she didn't need to put that kind of pressure on right at the beginning, and then she got caught right at the end when there was no choice but to put some pressure on, and Harrison received the oncoming Ogata.
It was a tall order for
Relish,
Ogata
yeah.
to take out Harrison. Harrison looked in control the whole time.
For the USA, Kayla Harrison qualifies for the semifinals in the women under 78 kilograms category. Next for the final, men, in this case women, under 78 kilos, tatami 2.
Well, the other two Japanese, Satorika and Hamada Shiori, have both qualified. So Harrison's going to face at least one other Japanese.
Let's go to mat number 3. On mat number 3, we've got the contest between Kyle Reyes of Canada in the white judogi faces Cho Guam of Korea in blue. No scorers yet.
Just going back to Harrison for a second. Looks like she's going to face Hamada in her semifinal. And there's a good chance that she might have to face Sato in the final. So she might have to beat 3 Japanese if she's going to take the title here.
Well, you come to Japan, the expectation is that at some stage you're going to face someone from Japan.
Yeah, well, 3 would.
Not 3 of them, though. It's overdoing it, isn't it?
That's pretty much the maximum you can face, right?
Well, depending on the
On the draw, I
On the
guess.
draw.
Yes, that's right. It's
You
still
could-
pretty.
face all of them.
Yes.
2 in the top half and 2 in the bottom half. You just get unlucky.
Well, Kaya Reyes has done well since his opening match against Wolf. But Kim comes up with the big throw. Just as I was saying, how well Kyle Reyes has done.
It's the commentator curse, isn't it?
It
You
is.
know? Cho Guam of
Or
Korea, the
Cho, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
not Kim.
we were just talking about, well, when we first mentioned him, you know, that drop in weight. Kyle Reyes is taking a while to get to his feet here.
You said that he could go down to 90. Can you imagine what a
Yeah.
beast he would be at 90? He just manhandled Kaya Reyes there. Kaya Reyes is... Did you get the number of that truck that hit me?
And the coach is still not happy with a certain part of the execution of that.
With 5 medals at World Championships and Olympic Games, Kim Pro.
Tachimoto Megumi has just won her contest by Ippon against Xenia Chibisova of Russia. We're going to go to mat number 2 now. There's another quarter final taking place down there. Mat number 2, please. Baker Masu of Japan faces Guak Dong-han of Korea. It's Baker in the white judogi, Guak in blue.
Quarterfinal mat 2 for men under 90 kilograms.
第2試合場 90kg 級クォーターファイナル青韓国ガク・ドンハン選手白日本ベイカー・マシュー選手
Two fighters are just about to take to the mat. We're going to find out what kind of strapping they've managed to put on Baker to keep that eye injury. Just above the eye, you got that cut. And let's see how they manage.
Well, Baker took out Guak in Paris before his loss to Lee. He took out Paris. I guess that was his bronze medal match? Yes.
So, part 2 then.
Part 2. See if Guak can get revenge, or the slightly mummified Baker can avoid the curse of the Pharaoh here. That looks like they haven't impeded his eye at all.
They've got a nice big bandage underneath that as well to soak up whatever.
It's
blood
more of
that
like
may
a
be
turban.
there.
Baker turns in for Seanage. That was kind of a interesting choice on his part. We haven't seen that throw from him too much. Could just because they're working off of Kenkayotsu and didn't see a lot of options. Oh, and Guak gets a beautiful, that's a Wazari right there. So speaking of Seanages, Guak takes advantage of the Kenkayotsu position and quickly gets a Seanage on Baker. So Baker falls behind early. So indeed, it could be Guak's revenge from Paris. Guak picks up his second penalty. It's Baker who's got to get busy. Plenty of time, 3 minutes. Guak goes again, and this time Baker's able to use his arm there to spin out of the throw. Gotta wonder whether that Kenkayotsu position is bothering Baker because he can't get a grip on it right now on the sleeve. Keeps trying. You could speculate perhaps that the way the bandage is wrapped, that could take out some peripheral vision of Baker, but I think it's more has to do with the Kenkayotsu position. Baker can get a sleeve grip. I think he's got a good shot. Guak is doing a good job of just preventing Baker from getting the sleeve grip. You can see every time Baker gets a sleeve grip, Guak is working hard. That was Baker's first look at Ochi right there.
Still a minute 48 to go.
Guak is looking very defensive. Baker was doing all the attacking. I'm wondering if Baker got enough attacks in there to force a third penalty on Guak, and then things get very interesting. There it is. So now Guak's got to go on. There's a good look for Baker right there. Guak comes in with again the Seanage.
What he can't do is to afford another penalty.
There's plenty of time, so Guak's got to stay busy. I'd say his best shot is to do this. Just keep doing the Seanage, keep going to the well, keep looking busy. For Baker, he's got to grab that sleeve. If he can get the sleeve, put that toward his hip a little bit, and he can work the Ouchigari, or perhaps his quote-unquote favorite throw, Uchimata. And the Korean coach gets sent off.
Songdanam. He's lost the Olympic champion from his chair. Ouchigari just spun off that onto his front. Left-sided effort there again from Guak, keeps him in the hunt as far as the attacks are concerned. Baker now, this is the learning process. Kosodogaki stepped off it.
Baker often finds himself behind on penalties. This time he's not the one behind on penalties, but he's behind by this Wazari.
40-odd seconds left to go. My money's on Baker because he's not completely gassed, but he's pretty much there. He wants to... Let me have a look. He wants to fix some tape on his fingers.
That's a nice way to get your breath back, right?
Give it to me, he said. Yes, problems there. He's going to... Vostrikov will just say, you're passive.
Yeah, he's trying to pull. 47 seconds.
Baker's going to nail him.
Baker's, if you could, more attacks.
It's photobombed someone's picture there.
Both of us did.
Ooh.
Good attack by Guak.
Good effort, yeah.
25 seconds left.
Well, that'll be the passivity. He's not going to get one for passivity. It could be false attack, unless he keeps playing with his fingers again. Yeah, Yuko.
Well, now Baker's got to do Ippon.
Yeah.
Or Guak gets a penalty, the fourth penalty. Guak keeps working.
He's got some energy, hasn't he?
He does. Second one, he's dialing in on his tape there. Energy level will go up.
Yeah, right, that's it.
Baker with some stimuli of his own, but with 10 seconds left.
Frustration all over.
There's two
yeah.
attacks by Guak there in the 30-second mark. That pretty much did it.
One more go at it.
He's got to pull the trigger.
No.
No.
Couldn't find a way past Guak on this occasion, and whomsoever it is that's got to face Guak in the next contest must have been delighted with that, to see the energy getting drained out of him.
Well, neither Baker nor Iliadis made it to the final, so my dream final did not happen. So Guak gets his revenge from the Paris Grand Slam there. Not exactly a pin can drop, but it got pretty quiet in here
Yeah.
pretty quickly. Fortunately, we won't be around to witness the and Kosei Baker little chat.
That will be on another day, I think.
Yes. Don't even see the king up there in his court.
Right, we've got two more contests to bring you before we take that. Is it a 10-minute break we take, or 15 minutes? 15-minute break. 15-minute break. First of all, Cyril Marais of France faces Luciano Correa of Brazil. It'll be Marais in the white judogi, Correa in blue. Here's David McFall again.
Yeah, two attractive contests coming up to close out the morning. Well, actually, it's already broken past noon. We spoke of Paris earlier with Baker. Marais had a wonderful final match, winning in the last 5 seconds against Capelec in Paris. That was a really amazing finish.
Crowd-pleasing finish.
Oh, the crowd went nuts.
So did Marais.
Yes. and Capelec took forever to leave the tatami.
Ooh. Oh, did he land badly on his knee?
This does not look good. Looks bad. Holding the outside there, ACL.
He bent it on the way up. It's always a good sign if you get some bend.
Hopefully he just tweaked it.
Yeah, it looked uncomfortable on the way over, didn't it?
Mm.
Correa attacking it immediately with
go
that
to the
Hoshigari.
leg. Well, maybe he's testing a little bit.
Problem with that leg? Let's have a look.
Yes.
Test it out for you.
Yes. He's testing out again. I don't have a medical degree, but perhaps I can test out your leg. A little while back, I was in the Kodokan weight room with Correa and Rafael Silva, feeling very small.
I've got a photograph with me standing next to Rafael Silva. It's a rather comic photograph. Me at only 5'6". Silva way above that.
Appear to have a Brazilian contingent over our left shoulders.
.240 odd left to go. Correa's picked up 2 penalties. Cyril Mare just the 1.
Hence the vocal Brazilians.
Wasn't one thing or the other. It wasn't Osoda Gari and it wasn't Haraigoshi. That time round, he came up with the Maki Komi, but the first attack, it was...
Neither here, nor there.
Yeah. Which way are you going to try to take him?
Correa appears to be the aggressor thus far in this match. No surprise if indeed Murray tweaked his knee. Yeah, because that will convince the referee.
Correa picks up a 3rd penalty after his teammates behind us were screaming for a Yuko for that last effort. So much for their support.
And that takes care of that.
Another penalty picked up by Correa. An untidy contest from the point of view of the Brazilian. In particular, by the time that you get to the second penalty, you've got to start being a bit careful. And that last one, that was dreadful. Really disappointing from the former world champion.
As you said, you got to be careful, and that was indeed careless.
Well, coming up now, Shichinori Ryo of Japan faces Abdullah Tangriev of Uzbekistan. The Uzbek, one of the longest running
I was going to say.
competitors on the circuit.
Yeah, I say he's been around forever.
Certainly feels that way. I don't see him having the beating of Shichinori, however.
Shishino's form is just getting better and better.
We were talking about just how long Tangriev had been around. My feeling was that he had peaked in about 2008 when he took a silver medal in the Olympic Games, losing out to Japan's Ishii in the final. Seems like a lifetime away, doesn't it?
It certainly does.
Yep. Here he is on the mat and looking for a place in the semi-final against another Japanese, this time Shichinoi Ryu. I suppose in the heavyweight division you can do that, can't you? You can just go for that much longer.
Could, but that takes a lot of stress on your joints.
The only lightweight who I can remember going for that length of time, I mean, Tangriev's 33, the only lightweight I can remember who went on for that length of time and was not just successful but hugely successful was Nomura.
A legend. Really, really a legend.
It's a shame that we don't get to see him in some kind of capacity. You know, I'm not sure if the Judo Union of Asia are that switched on to, you know, bring fighters through and up and into the administrative side in some way. But it'd be great to see someone who is the record holder. The man is the record holder for Olympic gold medal wins in judo. And it would be nice to see him involved in some way. I haven't seen him in the Japanese coaching staff setup. I haven't seen him in one of the top flight university positions. You know, so he was around either a year ago or possibly at the Grand Slam before that, doing something on the tatami as well. I can't remember what it was, but I did see him in his gi, but it would be nice to see Nomura around.
Just trying to search out which university he came out of, and that I think has a lot to do with the politics of how you get through the All Japan Judo Federation things. Who are your friends? Who are, you know?
Who knows you?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like he may have came out of Tenri.
Shouldn't be a problem then.
Shouldn't
It
be,
should-
but
it
it
should get a
depends.
look in, you
Yeah,
know.
but it depends on which way the wind is blowing.
Yeah. Well, we don't know whether he's got any coaching credentials or whether he's got any inclination to want to coach. It could be that he's perfectly happy with what he's doing. He may work for some company and pay him a big amount of money for flogging cars or something. I don't know.
Well, just like athletes in a lot of disciplines, Shichinoi takes care of Tangriev there.
With the Uchimata. It's that spinning Uchimata that he employs. It comes from a long way away and then he drags them all the way around. We'll probably get another look at it anyway.
The transition from an athletic career, even if you're a phenom like that, into your next career is something that's extremely difficult for a lot of athletes. Yeah, there we go. Just sort of pulls him, right? He's just spinning but pulling. You can see this long draw in the arm.
Let's have a look at the left leg. Look where the left leg is compared to where you want him to be. And we were talking about this with Inoue Koze a long time ago, and he was kind of giggling about it. You know, slightly embarrassed at the lack of technical, technical skill. But hey,
Right.
the Olympic silver medalist is on his back, thrown for Ippon. So how bad can it be? Yeah, once in a while we'll be a little bit critical, but it's just a question of trying to, tidy things up for people at home. If you want to get everything right, then there are certain things that we're going to pick out and say, it should be like that or it should be like that. But no real complaints about Shichinoe throwing Abdullah Tangriev for Ippon. Highlight for the morning?
Tough to say. Actually, the highlight for today has been upsets.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah. And the biggest of those?
I don't know. Iliadis was injured. I'm going to say Gudishvili.
Yeah, Gviniashvili and Lipatiliani, they all, went. It was something about Georgian. Something
Yes.
about having that Georgian blood in you.
Georgia,
Right.
Mongolia. No luck.
We're going to be back at the top of the hour. Join us again for more action from Tokyo. See you in 15 minutes.
Take care. See you soon.
Well, we're a few seconds away from getting underway with the second phase of today's competition. And this involves the semi-finals and repechage contest. The semi-finals will take place on mat 2. The repechage contests, for those of you who are interested, take place on mat number 3. Now we're going to start off with Nagazawa Kenta of Japan. He faces Kwak Dong-han of Korea in the first of the semi-finals in the under 90 kilo category. On the adjoining mat is Valam Lipatiliani of Georgia. He's up against Baker Matthew of Japan. And this is one of those times when, irrespective of the importance of the contest between Nagazawa and Kwak, you really want to fancy watching Lipatiliani and Baker, despite the fact that it's a repechage contest. We've set that kind of
Stage.
yeah, that's what we do. We watch the semi-final. So it's mat 2, Nagazawa and Kwak. Those of you that want to watch the repechage contest, you can go to mat number 3. Okay, let's get underway with the action. We can keep an eye on mat number 3 if you want. I'm going to let David McFall.
Yeah, so we're going to start at... okay. All right.
We got to go with who's going to win the gold.
That's right.
That's the story.
Well, Kwak fought in a very, very good strategic match against Baker, using that Kenkayotsu position very well and then attacking with Seanage. It's a good job by Kwak. And we'll see if Nagazawa falls for the same tactic. As they hand out a couple penalties. Actually, I could say right away it doesn't appear to be the case because they're not in Kenkayotsu, they're in Ayotsu. So it's going to be a different game plan for Kwak. Nagazawa can prevail in this match, and his compatriot Nishiyama, we could have an all-Japanese final.
Nagazawa picked up a second penalty there. Just testing him with that little koji, and Nagazawa turning away in reaction.
Like Koichi Seanage specialist is the usual combination. Kwak again doing a good job, looking busy here.
There's a distinct style to the Korean men's judo. You can recognize it. Oh, that's a nice little shot there, Lipatiliani and
crack tech staff.
Baker Matthew up in the corner. I think it's okay when we've got 2.
Yeah.
I think when you've got sort of 1 in the middle and 4 at the top, could prove a little bit difficult, couldn't it?
Baker goes over there. It looks like Yuko is a small score.
There goes Kwak again with that Seanage effort. Doesn't really threaten Nagazawa with it. It's enough to keep him in the hunt as far as the
He's selling it.
passivity penalties are concerned. No,
There we go. He sold it
absolutely,
again.
yep.
And Nagazawa is now behind, basically in a position similar to Baker.
Clock management for the Koreans is really good.
For the Korean men, as you would say.
Yeah, sorry. I'm going to refrain from passing any further comment on the Korean women's team at the moment. And in the
No sense in piling it on, right?
yeah. Because I believe that I may incriminate myself with the Korean women's coach. Oh. Nagasawa probably fancied his chances of attempting a shimiwaza then, but it didn't come off. Kwok was able to turn out of that. Little over a minute left to go. Oh, big Osodagari effort from Nagasawa, and Kwok right at the last minute able to step off that.
Just a minute left here. Nagasawa deep in penalty zone here, and with Kwok continuing to attack. Kwok's just going to go to the well all day with that. It's been working.
Song Denan fancies giving Nagasawa another penalty. It's a little bit early, Song.
He just prefers fighter just get in the final and be done with it, right?
Maybe we should get Song Denan the refereeing exam. Put him on the mat. Now Kwok picks up a penalty for an overly defensive posture.
Doesn't matter with 20 seconds left, really. Ty Baker behind by Yuko and penalty. Things look grim over there.
He's got to keep his feet in. Nice turn. Really nice turn there from Kwok.
Kwok eliminates 2 Japanese on his way to the final.
Well, you can see in the top right-hand part of your screen there the state of things in the adjoining mat. That's the repechage contest. The winner of that will fight for the bronze medal. Kwok Dong-han of Korea wins out there in the first semi-final. In the under 90 kilo category, we've got another semi-final coming up in the same category. This time it'll be Alexander Idia of France. He's up against Nishiyama Daiki of Japan.
You know, you were mentioning at the end of the Baker fight that Kwok's next opponent might be smiling because of the... Baker looks like he got a Yuko at the buzzer. There.
Right at the death, yeah.
And that would even things up and put into golden score.
Yep.
So I was remarking, yeah, so Kwok's, I guess his conditioning is there because it didn't seem to affect his performance then at all.
He went the distance, looked good doing it, kept up the rate of attack, super conditioning.
Yeah, you know, despite the fact both Kenkautsu and Ayotsu, he did the same thing basically, kept going to the Seanage, making his opponent look passive.
There's Nishiyama making his way to the tatami now. And his opponent, Alexander Idia, who threw Becker Viniashvili beautifully with Uchimata.
Nishiyama's been he's like the veteran here of this weight class. He was the man before Baker came along. Let's see if he can save the Japanese pride. Get in the final. Baker looking a little knackered.
Nice and upright. Idia.
Both of them are. Nishiyama picks up the first penalty. Baker's got Osai Komi here.
Only briefly.
Only briefly.
Slip from Lipatiliani as he attempted a Nagewaza. Then as he hit the deck, Baker was quickly onto him.
That's the second golden moment I think we've seen Baker slip by as far as Newaza goes. And this one he could pay dearly.
Yeah, Seoinage Ochigari, and then coming back for the Murata Seoinage, but Nishiyama up to defending that.
It was a little bit by
yeah.
Nishiyama. That would look good. That looks good for Yuko. Wazari, even better.
Maybe a bit generous, but let's have a look.
Yeah, the Sasai Komiyashi. Yeah, that's Yuko to me.
Wazari still on the board. I'll go with you now. I thought it was a little bit generous, but Nishiyama thinks it's worth it.
Ooh, that might have done it for Baker. We'll see. No score on that. I thought he might have.
Udea set up now for the right-sided Uchimata. Lost it there after that Uchigari effort from Nishiyama, beg your pardon. It just unsettled him.
Pretty crummy Stemiwaza attempt there by White.
A little under 2 minutes then. The Wazari lead still there for Nishiyama. I haven't seen anything from Idea to really threaten Nishiyama.
Nishiyama took a look at that Sasai again.
Worked once, didn't it?
Why not take another look at that? Got a little better exchange there by Idea.
Baker's lost the bandaging around the eye. That's on the adjoining mat. That one well into the golden score period.
You can tell, you look at the pacing is just so slow at this point.
Yeah, Jijigadami from Baker on Lipatiliani.
So he sheds his turban and manages to get himself into a bronze medal match. Just 30 seconds left. Nishiyama in a good position to hold on here. Can afford 2 more penalties. That's probably going to get 1. But with 2 seconds left, or a second left on the clock, doesn't matter.
It's only at the end that Idea came up with a couple of Uchimata efforts. But it was all done and dusted by then.
All right, so Nishiyama's in the final, so Guak has the rare privilege to fight a third Japanese today. And they'll have some time perhaps to discuss how to deal with him.
Let's see who we got coming up on mat number 2 then after this. Hamada Shori of Japan has the privilege of taking on the current Olympic champion Kayla Harrison of the United States of America. That's coming up next.
That's a tall order for Hamada. There's that Sasai.
Two fighters waiting to come on. There's my travelling partner from this morning on the right-hand side there, Anastasia Dmitrieva. She is waiting to come on for her repechage contest.
She seems like she's had a good day.
Well, in the under 78 kilo category, it's showtime. We'll follow that with Valenchek and Sato. Here we go then. Kayla Harrison makes her way to the mat, followed by Hamada Shori of Japan. We'll see whether or not David McFall can unearth any information about the Japanese Hamada.
You see here, looking at my crystal ball, or at least in the internet. Cheater.
Harrison disposed of Ogata, or at least consigned Ogata to the repechage part of the competition.
She is
an unknown quantity.
She is a member of the Japanese Self-Defense Force Academy. She's a third dan.
Well, she hasn't been on our circuit. IJF, that is.
You see what she did in the... I'm going to guess that she did well in the Kodokan Cup, and that's how she earned her spot. How's she looking today against Kayla Harrison as I look this stuff up?
It's all right. You know, early days yet.
Holding her own?
The first exchange.
Yeah, she came in third at the Kodokan Cup, so that's how she got her berth here. A lot of these folks that they sort of slipped in here from the Kodokan Cup who are, you know, they're B team players, is what the Japanese are basically showing their stuff. They're doing, I guess, what the dream is or what the plan is, which is to do well at the Kodokan Cup, do well here, get a ticket to Europe, see how you can do. We were talking about upsets. This would be the upset of the day if she were to beat Harrison.
I agree.
You figure if she's at the Self-Defense Academy, she probably is pretty fit. But now she finds herself in trouble, and Newa's against Harrison, and there we go.
Yep, nice turn. Just
Harrison
tidying things up there.
Keisugatame. It's not textbook. You don't have that arm tucked in the armpit.
Yeah.
And Harrison's other arm isn't around the head, but I think it's now maneuvering the head. There we go. Now she's got the
Yeah.
textbook look.
Well, Hamada did have the one outing in Europe when she went to the European Open in Glasgow this year, but that was about it, and this is a different level. Grand Slam from European Opens.
Reached the semifinals. This is a good showing. It's
Absolutely.
a good showing.
Yeah. By the way, she won that European Open in Glasgow.
Very nice.
Harrison finding a way to bring about the Osai Komi.
Now, we didn't see Harrison's earlier matches, but the last two we've seen, it's been pretty much Newaza that have been the difference. Well, no, she had some really good
Yeah.
Koshiwaza in that
Well,
previous match.
Apotheker and Ogata we saw.
Right.
So we've seen them all. And then Hamada as well. So now Harrison's opponent in that final is going to come from the upcoming contest. That's between Anna Maria Valencek of Slovenia. She faces Sato Ruika. We're having a good look at Sato here now. And they're about to take to the mat.
What do you fancy the chances are for the Slovenian?
Well, she's a difficult competitor. The height and reach make it tricky. I'm just wondering if Sato's going to be up to it. Sato Ogata, there's not a big difference for me in their abilities. Is she going to be able to test Valencek? I wonder. We were looking earlier on at the...
Well, we had remarked, I think, even the first day, that this is probably the weakest weight class for the Japanese women.
It's also, oddly enough, the weight class where they've got the lowest number of top 10 fighters. So for Harrison, this is a real chance here. You know, you want to be able to come in here and walk away with the fact that the big ones, Aguiar, Mio, Yo, are not here.
Yeah, so she should win, basically on paper, is what you're saying. And for the Japanese, Sato is the strongest of all their players. Ogata is strong, but I would pick Sato over Ogawa, so she should be the one to make the final. So if this match goes according to plan, pretty much on paper, everything's sort of worked out. But no one asked Valencek, and she's got other plans herself. She would like to get in that final. She didn't score there, but she showed a nice opening attack. Nice Osoto.
Just looking at things on paper, you have the number one seed here, Luisa Malzahn of Germany. She went out. Oh, that would
There
be.
she goes with a thump.
Very, very quickly, let's look at the way things have worked out for Harrison. The number one in the world, Audrey Chirmio, is not here. The number two in the world is not here. That's Aguiar. The number three in the world, Luisa Malzahn, has been knocked out by Hyun-ji. There's the winning technique.
Oh, you got to
Just
look
with
at
one
that.
hand.
One hand, but the leg position was textbook. And look at how she rotated her hips the other way, and then she came back in and get this nice circle. Look at how circular that is. And look at how low she hooked it. She hooked it around the Achilles tendon. You know, there's tendency with Baker, he hooks it up around the knee joint, in the back pocket of the knee. That was perfect. One-handed, but perfect execution with the leg.
Right, let's go back quickly. Chemio, number one, not here. Aguiar, number two, not here. Malzahn, the number three, knocked out in the first round. Valencek, the number four, just knocked out there. Sol Kyung, former world champion, not here. Yo Abigail, not here. Marhinda Fekirk, not here. Jeong Young-mi, not here. Victoria Turks, knocked out. Natalie Powell, not here. Harrison, number 11.
There you go.
Everyone's gone.
Well, you know, we sat here before the broadcast and we stood just about about 10 meters away from here and talked to the U.S. coaching staff, and I'm sure they had a good look at that and
Yeah.
said that this is it.
Yeah, got to take it.
This
got
is it.
to take it. And we're one fight away from that happening. Harrison in the final. Cyril Marais of France faces Martin Pacek of Sweden. It's the first of the semi-finals in the under 100 kilo category. Marais in the white judogi, Pacek in blue. That was our analysis of the under 78 kilo category, and the more you read into it, the more ticks you put in the box of Harrison.
Yep.
You know, every name
Like I
that
said,
was there.
I'm sure USA Judo took a look at that and said, okay, here's a golden opportunity to grab a whole bunch of points.
He's done it again, hasn't he? Another good pun there.
These are unconscious, folks. It just rolls out.
Oh my goodness. Sato, for her part, is 23 on the IJF World Ranking list. We'll just forget that for the moment because it's now Sato and Harrison to battle it out.
Well, if you were looking for material for your EJU article, we've got 3 Europeans out of 4 competitors at minus 100. So, Murray, Pacek, and Grohl. The spoiler would be Cho.
Yeah, it won't be
From
coming.
Korea.
Won't be coming from the under 78 kilo category now, will it?
No.
Or the plus 78, plus 100.
Look at plus 78. That's the same as 52 on the first day.
Matiashvili could do it, the Georgian. Got Argentani in the semi-final. Marais has picked up the single Shido at the moment. Patrick looking to employ that slow developing Sotemiwaza that he has.
That was slow as molasses.
Well, it's a strange thing. There's a point at which you think that's a false attack, and then all of a sudden they start going up and realize, hey, you could throw him here, and then he does.
I've seen that with some guys. What they'll do is they'll do like a tomoe-nage with one leg, and then as it's getting sort of at the apaji, he'll put the second leg in and it'll just sort of flip over there. Patrick got caught in a kind of a sensitive spot there.
Marais picked up a second penalty. Not quite. Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, trouble on the arm.
That was dangerous.
Some of the French crowd calling for Wazari. But Yuko goes on the board for Murray now, and he leads with 1.5 minutes left to go.
It was up there before, actually. It's been up there for a little bit.
She just signaled Yuko and they put it up there.
Really?
Yeah.
I must be seeing things.
Joanna Babiuk signaled Yuko. Yuko went up. Up until that point, it was 2 penalties against Murray. He was struggling. Pacek was, happy to throw in a few Sutemi Waza efforts. Situation has changed now. You can see that from from his whole demeanor.
Must have been the mushrooms that were in that nabe last night.
Here he comes now. Pacek with a bit of work to do. All right.
A little bit of a sly grin there.
Well, he's got a minute in which to play
avoid
his
2 penalties,
yeah,
right?
exactly.
At least avoid 2. Yeah,
he
you
can
can
play his
avoid
1.
And there we go with an Osota there.
Now
And he can ride
Just
him
where he
down.
wants to be.
Exactly.
exactly
Just
where he wants to
Keep
be.
looking positive here. And that'll burn 10 seconds off the clock. Oh, missed with that Stemiwaza. Foot slipped out. Now we normally give them the business about Stemiwaza in the closing seconds, but if he's a Stemiwaza guy,
Yeah, Pacek could get away with it.
don't want to be too slow though.
Hang him up there for 10 seconds.
Watch the clock buzz out as he's up there suspended in the air.
See, that's not where he normally employs the Sutemi Waza from. He missed with the footwork there.
And this is the danger when you employ the Stemiwaza in the closing seconds, is you open yourself up for Newaza killing the clock.
13 seconds left. One more roll of the dice for Pacek. Makikomi, but too far away. Murray able to block that one, and that's all they wrote.
Yeah, he earned his berth into the finals.
So, a tough one for Cyril Murray, but he gets past Martin Pacek. He takes his place in the final of the under 100 kilo category.
See, just got that little bit of a tiny tap Sasai. Didn't take a lot. Just that little bit, and then drives it with the arms.
Semi-final for men under 100 kilo, Mat 2.
And that brings up the Cho Guham Hank Grohl match.
It's the second of the semi-finals in the under 100 kilo category. The winner of this will face Cyril Murray in the final. That'll be in a couple of hours' time.
Cho has had quite an afternoon, or quite a morning and afternoon so far. Good day. He's up against Hank Grohl, who is Lucas Kapelek's nemesis on the European circuit. Meantime, as you can see in your upper right-hand corner, Luciana Correa from Brazil versus Takagi Keihan from Japan. Takagi is held in there. Not quite the performance of Akimoto, but he's in the repechage. Cho looks feisty and dangerous, doesn't he? How much success did he have at plus 100?
It was as a junior,
Okay.
I think. Well, it's been a while, but before I go saying something that isn't the case, let's get that record up and have a look at it.
He did look pretty young. I think that stat that came up, he looked like he was 19 or 20 years old or something like that. Or in his early 20s at the latest.
I remember him as a very successful junior.
So far, he hasn't really given Hank Grohl many opportunities here. Goes in for the Koshiwaza.
第3試合場 100kg 級敗者復活戦青ウクライナアルテム・グロシェンカ選手白カナダカイル・レイエス選手
Ooh, that was a good look for Grohl. Wow, that was a huge Osoto opportunity there.
第3試合場 100kg 級カナダレイエス選手の欠場によりグロシェンカ選手の不戦勝ちとなり
Cho
ます
turns in for Sanagi. Looked like he had some Kazushi coming in there, and he couldn't quite finish it. Grohl picks up his second penalty.
第3試合場 78kg 超級敗者復活戦青ドイツフランツィスカ・コンチ選手白キューバエナリス・オルティス選手
I see what you're saying. He does have a little bit extra there around
Yeah,
the
that's what
middle.
I mean.
Yeah, he could go down to 90.
He could still lose weight.
Wow, he would just be a
Yeah.
mauler at
Yeah.
90. Oh, good attack by Grohl. Good attack. Nice Ashiwaza there. Good drive.
You were asking about the success of Cho Guam at plus 100.
Mm-hmm.
And take a look in 2011 at the Tokyo Grand Slam, lost in the final to Alexander Michalin.
Wow. Wow, and then he goes down to minus 100, and we're saying it at minus 90.
And now looking for a
wow.
place in the final. He epitomizes the toughness of the Korean men in judo.
I think
that's real cojones, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm looking at him. I think his height would really suit him well at 90.
Yeah.
He would be a crusher at 90.
He'd still be great, and he's got the room for it.
Yeah. Nice diplomatic term. He's got the room for it.
And in that Grand Slam, he beat Shinkaev of Kazakhstan, Suzuki Keiji of Japan, Matias Seraj of Slovenia, Tangriev of... I mean, the man is...
He went through... Well, you can imagine, I mean, this has got to be exhausting for Grohl.
2 penalties against the Dutchman. Cho Guam getting himself ready. He looks flabby, doesn't he? Sorry to say. You know, Cho Guam looks flabby. And that's having lost the weight.
The only issue with him going down to 90 is whether he has the speed for it.
Yeah. Oh, Grohl trying to work him over with the belt. That's enough. Another penalty. Well, which way do you want to give it?
Yeah.
You know, there's a penalty for holding on to the belt for whatever length of time without an attack.
Right, well, he's going to get the penalty right here for a false attack.
He gets away with that one.
I screwed up in the first one, so...
You win some, you lose some.
Yeah.
You know? Cho Guam's going to burn another one.
Yeah.
He doesn't mind. And Grohl, this one's gone.
Yeah.
This is a second Grand Slam final for Cho Guam.
In a different weight class.
In a different weight class. What a man.
Somehow I look just by that little puppet. He seems to be a bit of a character as well.
Yeah, definitely. I've been out with him a couple of times in Korea. He's a bit of a boy. He's not the leader of the team. There's always a team leader there. Team leader is Kim Jae-bum, followed closely by Wang Ki-chun. But you can imagine what they're saying up in the stands there. There must be. He's the hero. He's just legend. So Guam, what a boy. Taking it away.
Battle, he had a little bit of swagger coming off the tatami as well.
Well, he's got a swagger. He's got that weight to move, hasn't he? He's still got the heavyweight walk.
Yes, exactly.
That's what it was.
He's got the strut.
Yeah, he's got the heavyweight strut. Yeah, he's knocked off a few of the big names, hasn't he, in heavyweight judo. That was before he came down. Borbana, Luri Krakovetsky, he went down. Oscar Brayson, the Olympic bronze medalist. Para Angel, a huge fighter. Kangeliashvili, a massive fighter. It must have been like David and Goliath there. Ulisbaya Derenbaya, the current junior world champion. Renat Saidov, the giant Russian, saw him off as well.
This could be a short fight. Yamabe versus Inamori.
See if Inamori can step up. Checked a bit of action.
She's just got to go for broke. Inamori working on a Hizaguruma here. First body goes out to Inamori. Yamabe takes a look at that leg for Osoto, then works around the other side for Hizaguruma. Oh, that was a good look there by Inamori, and then an answer there with Osoto there by Yamabe. Obviously, Inamori is getting some support from the Sumitomo fans. Again, Inamori looks at it. Ochi. Not over as quick as I thought it would be.
Ooh, high power coaching staff there.
Yep.
The Japanese.
How power more than more way.
Whey, there
Whoa!
you go.
And this, well, this could be the upset of the day for me. Inamori's got her.
Komi. Komi. Yes, Komi.
Yamabe, who's at her best year, and she's gonna be done.
Well, I hope they've got the microphones turned up full when they come to do the interview for Inamori, because she's so quiet. She's incredibly gentle. You have to, is that me? Is that really me?
Wow. Good for her. Fantastic.
Yamabe not back on her feet yet.
Inamori just knocked off the king of the hill. And Yamabe's been the king of the hill the whole year for Japanese heavyweight women. It looks like she's got a limp, too.
Yeah. Take that in, yeah. I did it.
That's big. Wow. Got a good limp going there.
Ooh.
Look at that.
That
Oh,
was a good-
Soto
yeah,
Makikomi.
it's a good one as well.
I said she had to go out. Yamabe, she did. And of course, that sets it up so well for the
Yeah.
Keisagatame.
The typical heavyweight finish as well.
And then
Nice
look
turn,
at that.
yeah.
Yeah, beautiful.
Clever.
Beautiful.
Lots of cheers for Inamori as she leaves the mat. And if that wasn't enough action in the women's heavyweight division, we've got even more now, because coming up next, Asahina Sara faces Tachimoto Megumi. And Asahina is in the back there saying, hey,
That could be me.
if she can do it,
I could do it.
I can do it too. Tachimoto must be saying, hey, if that can happen to Yamabe,
Right.
it could happen to me.
And Asahina Sara is the exact person to do it, too. This is this classic, okay, the veteran, the Dai Senpai versus the new kid in the block.
Really funny photograph there, or shot of Matiashvili in the background looking around, surrounded by Japanese. You know? He had Ojitani on one side because he's fighting him next, and then Asahina and Tachimoto, and the cameras went in there. He was like,
Something tells me I'm not in Georgia anymore.
I could be in the wrong spot. Also next to him was
Shishoe?
Iwao Keita.
Okay.
He was next to him because Andiol and Chibisova are already on the mat, so he was surrounded by people. Here we go. Asahina Sara of Japan faces teammate Tachimoto Megumi.
I'm going to predict Haraigoshi from Asahina Sara to take it.
Okay,
Let's see.
I'm with you. Nervously. Little foot tap from Tachimoto to start things off.
And the Aosuk crew are Go Tachimoto. If Tachimoto is going to take Asahina Sara, I think it's going to be on a counter. Gets the leg up there looking for Haraigoshi. See, I'm looking for that little leg juke you were telling me about.
Yeah, I wonder if she's brave enough to try it. Just a little bit of a feint she gives.
There's this one guy in the crowd who's an Asahina Sara fan, and it must be a family member or something like that. And his voice is
It's
like
louder than everyone's.
it's like a dump truck taking a sliding skid on some gravel.
Mhm.
All right, I think they're going to hand out a few penalties here. That one goes out to Asina Sada.
Yeah, you can hear him. Just that left arm keeping Asahina away. Ooh, a little bit too high up.
Yeah. Like to see her work a Sasai or something on the other side.
Well, she may. There's that little look, see, just a little push of the hips. Ooh, and again.
She keeps losing the hikite, the sleeve arm. That's her coach in the blue. The man in the blue shirt there.
Okay, and that's not the one that's
That's
doing the barking,
doing the
because
barking.
we just heard that
Yeah.
voice, and that was relatively calm. And the other one is, as David just said, gravel-like.
青ロシアアスラン・カムビエフ選手、白日本岩尾啓太選手。
Here comes Asahina again. It's only a minute and a half left to go.
Down by the one penalty. Be a shame if that's the way that the match goes, just because we saw such a good match prior with Yamabe and Inamori.
Oh, almost came back with the Ojigari as
Yeah.
well. Ojimata the first look, and then just a little bit more.
Tachimoto
Push.
is more of a veteran. She's getting enough attacks in not to look passive, but Asahina's getting the bigger attacks.
Yeah.
She's got to follow up a series of those big attacks. Don't let Tachimoto back in.
Once she gets the left hand on, she can't let that go, because she comes across with the Haragoshi. That's the one you want. You get the hop. It's a good effort. It's not a bad
Collapses.
effort there, yeah.
She's lacking a bit more of a kind of a scoop. If she can get the hips a little bit lower
Yeah.
and then come
Yeah.
up into Tachimoto.
Yeah, see, she attacks
Instead
her
just-
up above the belt there, yeah. The hips hitting
She's just
too high
using
up.
leverage and
Yeah.
trying to, leverage her over.
She needs to get Tachimoto up onto her toes.
That's right.
Yeah, she can use that right leg to sweep. Again, a little bit too high.
It's evened up now as far as the penalties.
Yeah. Didn't even see when Minakawa gave the penalty out.
Must
there.
have been in that last exchange.
Oh. Well, this is good for Asahino. This is giving her experience out in the middle in a top draw competition. Time against Tachimoto as well.
Yeah, against the veteran, the one who people look to take sort of the reins after Maki Tsukuda retired.
I'd like to see Asahina go to the Ashiwaza a little bit more.
Yeah, she's kind of just throwing up the big Haraigoshi. She did have a couple looks at switching the Haraigoshi into Ochi.
I haven't seen a
Now
combination yet.
Tachimoto
Yeah,
is going
she's just
for
going to
broke.
step things up, try to draw this Shido, I think. That was better. Okay.
Still lacking the scoop, the Kazushi, like you said, getting Tachimoto on her toes. So
These are all things that the coaching staff are going to be able to look at and then start working on with her, because she's still very young.
that was good coming in right away.
Definitely a combination. I think that would go down a treat.
Just gotta keep attacking here.
Well,
Yep.
but it can only be Tachimoto because the last attack was Asahina, so it could only have been Tachimoto.
Wow.
Okay.
So she slips through.
Look, a relieved coach. Relief on his face.
Very
So-
tactical now. Not the most attractive
Yeah.
match, but after seeing the Inamori, which was very, very attractive, and you saw, a nice throw and really nice newaza. I'll tell you what, Inamori with that short build looks like that's a good ticket for Asahina to get to the top of the podium.
And the thing about it here is you've got a final where this morning very few people would have picked that Inamori Asahino.
Absolutely. Well, Asahina maybe.
Yeah.
But the money would have been Yamabe Tachimoto,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, and I liked Asahina, especially after the visit to McDonald's the night before last. Just from the sheer entertainment value of the kid,
She's sweet. She's a sweet
who's
kid.
hoping to train to be a doctor.
Yeah?
Yeah, she's a bright kid. Speaks some English already, so we should be okay for the interview after.
I'll step in if you need any help at
Yeah,
McDonald's.
get round the back. Get down the back there for the interview afterwards.
All right, well, now we're up to the plus 100 men's, and we do have two Japanese still in the mix. We have Ojitani, who is the current All Japan Open class champion, against Mashevili of Georgia. And in the second fight will be Shichinori Ryu of Japan versus Renault Saidov of Russia.
We lost Kim Sung-min somewhere along the way. Kim Sung-min losing out to Tangriev. Unbelievable.
Meantime, Tangriev in the repechage is up against Kamikawa Daiki of Japan.
That contest just about to get underway. We're going to take a close look at Levani Matiashvili of Georgia in the white judogi. He faces Ojitani Takeshi of Japan in blue.
And then previously mentioned, we want to look for a big Oso Togari from Ojitani. That's his real big power move. He's got a good Ouchigari as well. I haven't seen as much Uchimata Haraigoshi.
Ojitani picks up the passivity penalty. He could have done without that at this stage, inside the first minute. Just,
Bit early.
show a bit first. Matiashvili looking to get the big left arm up around her collar. Slips away from that grip.
He's certainly got more international experience than Ojitani does.
Makikomi, but that was ineffective. He went below the elbow. So no real purchase, if you like.
Ojitani was working on the arm there for a bit. This is where the smart money would be for Ojitani, is working on the ground. Anyway, Kosei looking on. The Georgian has been attacking more, and I could see Ojitani falling behind by penalties again. Ojitani having to look there at Dayashi Barai for a minute. Suzuki Keiji.
Just quickly to say about the possibility that Harrison could have fought all 4 of the Japanese on her way to the final. The only way that could have happened was if Umeki was up in the top half of the draw. But we had Sato and Umeki down in the bottom half of the draw, so there was no way that Harrison could have fought all Japanese. You need 3 in your half and then 1 from the other, because you're only ever going to fight 1 person from the other half of the draw, and that would be in the final. So
Well done.
that's done and dusted. Elisabetta Frattini would have told us that.
Elizabeth, master of the stats there. Meantime, Ojitani had a good look there at Sasai. But he only had 1 hand on, and so that was not successful.
Bank of photographers just waiting.
Yeah,
to-
that's quite a gallery.
yeah, to blast away on there.
Tishishvili's, that's about the 3rd or 4th time he's gone for that Makikomi.
How many frames per second is your top level camera take that you've got?
I don't have a top level. I have a prosumer camera that does about 7 per second. But if you were going to go a Canon 1DX, 14.
14, okay, so I
And
guess
I'm sure the Nikon is about the same.
those guys have probably got
Yeah,
that kind of stuff.
they've got the
okay.
1DXs and
Per second.
yeah, the 2 biggest problems are running out of battery power, running out of memory in the cards.
You probably have a few cards with you then.
Yep.
Oh, stepped off the mat, and if we'll call Mate, bring them back to the middle. 2 penalties picked up by Ojitani. Minute 40 left to go. Matiashvili just got to keep up the attacks.
Ojitani seems to be, he's waiting for his moment. But the Georgian may never let that moment come. And he goes again for the Makikomi.
That's poor effort though.
But with 1:23 left, I mean, Ojitani, I think, has got to pick up the pace. And he's going to pick up 3rd.
He's miscalculating, isn't he? The
Well,
tempo.
I just don't think. Yeah, he cannot handle the tempo of this this international level. At least at the match we're seeing right now. I will say part of the problem, I think, also is at the All Japan Judo competitions, I don't think they hand out the penalties as aggressively as the IGF does.
I agree with you.
And this is a problem. You know, in the first round of the All Japan Open class, there was a referee who handed out penalties at the pace of the IJF, and you could tell there was summer conference and it slowed down. And so that does not help the Japanese heavyweights because they're not used to the pacing as far as handing out the penalties. On the other hand, in the All Japan women's, they were handing them out fast and furious, and you could see in a lot of the Japanese women matches, we didn't see it with Asahina and Tachimoto, but in most of them, you have a better pace, more aggression. That's the wrist. That's not quite legit. Well, we're not going to see an all-Japanese final. So once again, the pressure will all come on the shoulders of Shichinohe.
Matiashvili it is who squeezes past Ojitani there. He picked up a couple of penalties himself. He never really did anything except the Maki Komi. But what he did was enough. And he's made it into the final.
I think he was on my plane from Moscow to Chelyabinsk, and he takes up a couple seats. He's a big fella.
Right, well, the one remaining contest then will sort out who it is that we're going to see later on this afternoon in the final of the plus 100 kilo category that will close out this Grand Prix and the IGF Judo World Tour for 2014. That contest is between Shichinoi Ryu of Japan, and he faces Rinat Saidov of Russia. Now, it's not often that you're going to get a man taller than Shichinoi, but on this occasion we've got one who's, well, a head taller.
Gives Teddy Raniere a run for his money in terms of the height department,
Definitely,
does he not?
absolutely. I think he's taller than Teddy Saidov.
Doesn't quite have the skill set, does he?
Yes, we're going to leave that one out. Right, here we go then. Fighters are ready to come into the arena, led in by Rinat Saidov. It's Saidov in the blue judogi, Shichinoi in white. There's a look at Shichinoi, and here's David McFall.
In blue for Russia, Rinat Saidov. In white for Japan, Shichinoi Ryu.
Shichinoi, the anchor for the Japanese team that won gold medal in the team competitions in Chelyabinsk. Shichinoi taking his time with the grips. Bringout doesn't like Saidov's inside hand in the collar. Saidov grips deep, trying to draw down Shichinoi. Shichinoi gets a penalty for his efforts. Saidov drops in quickly with Tomoe and almost has Shinoi's arm, and it looks... And Saidov takes Shichinoi out with Jujikatame. Absolute shock for the Japanese fans. And in 30 seconds, Shichinoi goes out. So while we have an all-Japanese podium for the women, we're not going to have the top of the podium for a Japanese men. And Shichinoi had a golden moment there, a golden opportunity today to take it.
Let's see if we can get... well, it's the typical move from Saidov. It's no surprise. We know what Saidov is about. He's got the little Yoko Sutemi waza into the Jujigatami.
Well, if it's typical, then Shichinoi should have been better prepared for it.
It's not the first time. I mean, it's regular. That's what he does. Everybody knows it. Shichinoi is aware of it. Saidov brings it off. And he was also on the bus on the way in this morning. And I said to him,
That was quite a bus trip, huh?
it's your day today. It's not your day. So it's, well, it's turned out to be. He's in the final anyway. Now, we're going to be back at 4 o'clock, but just before we go and ask David for his moment of the first part of the day. What stands out for you then, apart from that arm lock that we've just seen there?
Well, as we said earlier, I think the first part of the day was all about upsets. And I think probably Gishvili's upset was probably the biggest one for me. And the latter part of the day, we just saw it. I just, Shichinoi, for me, he was the odds-on favorite. He's in his hometown, and he just got absolutely, he got mauled right there.
Okay, we look forward to your company at 4 o'clock when we will be back with all the medal matches. But from David McFall and myself, bye-bye for now.
See you later.